The breaking news that we're continuing to track here on India Today is that the cash for query storm has gone to the next level. It has exploded on India's election-bound battlefield. High drama, dramatic scenes as Trinamool Lok Sabha MP Mahua Moitra's deposition has just gotten over. She is stormed out. She claims she was asked quote-unquote filthy questions by the Ethics Committee of Parliament. Chief says she evaded. The Ethics Committee panel chief says that Mahua evaded questioning. Full details of the ethics panel grilling of Mahua Moitra has been accessed by India Today's political bureau, and we'll be going across to our reporters in just a moment. This is the cash for query storm involving the login that was allegedly shared with Darshan Hiranandani, a businessman, and other allegations that have been put forward by at least two individuals. So this has gone to the next level. I'm Shiv Aroor. Thanks so much for being with me here on India Today. These are the headlines. You just saw that video. It's already gone viral. Mahua Moitra storms out of the ethics panel meet during her cross-examination. Committee chief says she abused BJP members during that deposition.
Asking also guys. Keep making up any rubbish. Tears in your eyes. You see my eyes and the tears in it. Then what are you talking for?
Arvind Kejriwal breaks silence on Enforcement Directorate summons to him, says he's ready to face arrest, cries BJP conspiracy. Battleground Telangana heads up. Rahul Gandhi takes on KCR, visits Kaleshwaram project site, claims it has now become an ATM for Telangana Chief Minister's family. Israel ramps up multi-front Gaza offensive. Buildings bombed, Hamas hideouts busted. Hamas retaliates, hits Israeli forces with grenades dropped from drones. King Khan celebrates his 58th birthday, meets legions of fans flocking outside Mannat at the stroke of midnight. The cash for query scandal has dramatically escalated, viewer, in the last 1 hour. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey, the arch rival in many ways of Mahua Moitra, the Trinamool MP, their war of words has now escalated very, very dramatically. The BJP MP has hit out at Mahua for storming out of the ethics panel meeting. Nishikant Dubey says Mahua is trying to build a false narrative after being cornered with the facts that have piled up against her. He says Mahua was asked 50 questions about allegedly favoring and taking dictation from a businessman who sought to take an advantageous position using this MP. That's what this entire scandal and the allegations are really about. Nishikant Dubey has leveled many different allegations against Mahua Moitra. His enmity with Mahua Moitra, of course, goes back before the cash for query scam as well. And there has been a very fearsome crossfire between both these high-profile MPs in the past as well. Let's go across to India. First of all, I want to play out for you in full what happened as Mahua Moitra walked out from the ethics panel. I want to play that out for you with the sound up, and then we'll go to India Today's Polami Saha.
It's an ethics committee. Asking also the filthy questions. All the MPs are. It's an ethics committee. Asking also the filthy questions. All the MPs are. It's an ethics committee. Asking also the filthy questions. All the MPs are. It's an ethics committee. Asking also the filthy questions.
Let's bring in India Today's Polami Saha, who's tracking all these fast-paced developments. For more on this, Polami, Nishikant Dubey positioned to attack Mahua Moitra just as she emerged from that ethics panel meet. this is very much in the realm of claim versus counterclaim. We don't know for sure what happened inside that meeting. Nishikant Dubey appears to know. What are you hearing?
Asking also the big questions.
Polemi, can you unmute yourself, please?
Where are the tears in my eyes? You're making up any rubbish. Tears in your eyes. You see my eyes, are the tears in it? Then what are you talking about?
Okay, we can't seem to hear it, Polemi. We'll fix that in a moment. In the meanwhile, just listen in to once again what Mahua Moitra says as she walks out. She's furious. She alleges that filthy questions have been asked to her by the chairman of the ethics panel. Listen in very carefully to what she has said. This is where things have escalated.
An ethics committee. Asking also the big questions. All the MPs are there. Where are the tears in my eyes? You're making up any rubbish. Tears in your eyes. You see my eyes, are the tears in it? Then what are you talking about? An ethics committee. Asking also the big questions. An ethics committee. Asking also the big questions. All the MPs are there. Where are the tears in my eyes? You're making up any rubbish. Tears in your eyes. You see my eyes, are the tears in it? Then what are you talking about? An ethics committee. Asking also the big questions. An ethics committee.
Dramatic scenes there right after that ethics panel meet where Mahua Moitra very angrily seen storming out. Opposition MPs along with her storming out of the Lok Sabha Ethics Committee meeting, accusing the panel chief of asking her personal and filthy questions. Mahua was questioned by the Ethics Committee in the cash for query controversy for over a couple of hours. She has lashed out at the ethics panel, alleging that the panel put forth a bunch of filthy questions which prompted her to storm out and leave that meeting. Apart from Mahua Moitra, Danish Ali also stormed out of that meeting. Well, as this very ugly war of words has erupted on the sidelines right outside that ethics panel meet, the BJP, in a big attack, has asserted that Mahua was asked 50 questions favouring businessman Darshan Hiranandani, and she is trying to get ahead of the narrative by firebombing and claiming to have been asked filthy questions. So this is claim versus counterclaim. We have no way of independently verifying what was asked inside. Ethics panel chief Vinod Sonkar has also hit out at the Trinamool chief. He alleges Mahua's boycott move to avoid difficult questions.
An ethics committee. Asking also the big questions. All the MPs are there. Where are the tears in my eyes? You're making up any rubbish. Tears in your eyes. You see my eyes, are the tears in it? Then what are you talking about? An ethics committee. Asking also the big questions.
चेयरमैन एथिक्स कमेटी अनएथिकल सवाल लगातार पूछे जा रहे थे पिछले 3 घंटे से, और एक तरीके से ऐसे कि जैसे द्रौपदी का चीहरण वहां हो रहा हो। वहां सवाल पूछा जा रहा है कि आपने कितनी बार बात करी टेलीफोन पे, रात में कितने बजे करी, होटल में कौन से में रुकी, किसने, अरे इसके लिए एथिक्स कमेटी है क्या?
लेकिन एथिक्स कमेटी में आज महुआ मोइत्रा ने अपने जवाब दिए, उसके जवाब में जब
नहीं ये हम बर्दाश्त, एक महिला का व्यक्तिगत चीथरण हम नहीं बर्दाश्त कर सकते।
जयनंत देहाद्राय ने आरोप लगाए, उसने ये आरोप लगाए कि बिजनेस राइवलरी में इस तरह के 61 प्रश्न में से 50 प्रश्न ऐसे पूछे गए जो कि दर्शन हीरानंदानी को मदद करते थे। और उसमें एक घटना मैं यार बता दूं, और ये घटना का एथिक्स कमेटी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। आपको ध्यान हो कि डाटा प्रोटेक्शन बिल भारत सरकार ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया, उसमें तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने अपने सांसद के तौर पर सौगत राय को इलेक्ट किया। इस महिला ने इतना दबाव बनाया कि सौगत राय को 2 घंटे के अंदर उस डाटा प्रोटेक्शन कमेटी से, जो कि लोकसभा के द्वारा इलेक्टेड कमेटी थी, उससे इस्तीफा देना पड़ा। अब जो रिपोर्ट आई है और जो मैंने कल से लेकर आज तक अखबारों में पढ़ा है, टेलीविजन में देखा है कि 47 बार वो क्वेश्चन दुबई से पूछे गए, दर्शन हीरानंदानी साहब के ऑफिस से पूछे गए। तो क्या एथिक्स कमेटी इसके बारे में नहीं पूछेगी कि दर्शन हीरानंदानी, और आपने कहा कि दर्शन हीरानंदानी ने नहीं किया, पीए ने किया, आपने खुद स्टेटमेंट दिया है। तो क्या एथिक्स कमेटी को यह पूछने का अधिकार नहीं है कि आपने किससे फोन से बात किया, किससे आपने ड्राफ्ट कराया, फोन नंबर क्या है, कॉल डिटेल क्या है? यह आप पूछने का अधिकार नहीं है। यदि यह पूछा जाएगा तो पर्सनल हो जाएगा। ये राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा का सबसे बड़ा सवाल इसलिए है कि एनआईसी ही एक ऐसा संस्था है जिस पर कि केवल हम सांसदों का ही मेल आईडी और इंट्रानेट नहीं है, पूरी की पूरी भारत सरकार, चाहे वो डिफेंस मंत्रालय हो, चाहे गृह मंत्रालय हो, चाहे आरएडब्ल्यू हो, चाहे आईबी हो, चाहे पीएमओ हो, चाहे भारत सरकार का कोई भी मंत्रालय हो, वो सारे, चाहे सीबीआई हो, चाहे ईडी हो, सब एनआईसी के ही नेट पर हैं। और यदि एनआईसी का नेट कॉम्प्रोमाइज हुआ तो इसमें राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा का सवाल आया कि नहीं आया? दर्शन हीरानंदानी को यदि आपने खुलेआम कहा या उनके पीए को दे दिया, तो क्या आपने कुछ पैसे के लिए अपने जमीर को बेचा कि नहीं, राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा को गिरवी रखा कि नहीं रखा? ये सवाल यदि एथिक्स कमेटी पूछती है तो क्यों नहीं आप उसको व्यक्तिगत करते हैं? क्यों आप व्यक्तिगत करते हैं?
महुआ मोइत्रा के द्वारा उसमें सहयोग करने के बजाय क्रोध से क्रोधित होके कमेटी के ऊपर, कमेटी के चेयरमैन के ऊपर अशब्दों का प्रयोग करते हुए, और साथ ही साथ जो विपक्ष के जो ये लोग थे, दानिश अली, बहुत ही क्रोध में और बहुत ही अनएथिकल बात करते हुए कमेटी पे आरोप लगाने का प्रयास किया। और जो उससे उनके ऊपर कंप्लेन है हीरानंदानी जी का, जो उसके सवाल थे, उस सवाल से बचने के लिए उन्होंने इस पूरे विषय को वॉकआउट करने का काम किया।
जितनी भी संवैधानिक समितियां होती हैं उनकी कार्यवाही गोपनीय होती है। तो कार्यवाही में ये समिति में क्या हुआ, क्या बातचीत हुई, उसे बाहर नहीं कहना चाहिए। सबसे पहली बात तो मैं कहूँगी कि उन्होंने जो ये कहा बाहर आकर विपक्षी दलों के सांसद ने और महुआ मोइत्रा जी ने, यह बिल्कुल गलत था। हीरानंदानी जी के एफिडेविट पर प्रश्न हुआ तो उन्हें उत्तर देने चाहिए थे, उन्होंने उत्तर नहीं दिया और उसके बाद हंगामा खड़ा हुआ और उसके बाद अपशब्द का प्रयोग किया जो नहीं होना चाहिए था, अनपार्लियामेंट्री लैंग्वेज, असंवैधानिक शब्द जिसे हम कहते हैं, चेयरमैन के विरुद्ध किया और उसके बाद उन्होंने वॉकआउट किया।
आज महुआ जी से बात हुआ तो पहले तो ऑलमोस्ट 1.5-2 घंटा उन्होंने बोला, हम लोगों ने सुना, और फिर जब लंच ब्रेक का बाद हम लोग बैठे तो कुछ सवाल चेयरमैन साहब करने लगे। The questions were obviously related to Hiranandani and his business, and she lost her cool, and along with her, the other members, Mr. Danish Ali, Mr. Girdhari Yadav, Mr. Reddy, Mr. Ranganathan, all of them staged their walkout. But we sat for another 15-20 minutes after they left, and we went ahead with the mandate that has been given to us. हम लोगों को जो कार्य करने के लिए बोला गया, हम लोग एथिक्स कमेटी का कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी मेंटेन करके हम लोग आगे का कार्रवाई जारी रखेंगे।
Polami Saha joins me live for more. Polami, this has gotten beyond ugly now. The typical claims versus counterclaims over what happened inside. All we have to work with at this point of time is this video of a very angry Mahua Moitra storming out, and casting allegations against the chairman of the ethics panel. You've got Nishikant Dubey, backfiring and talking about what happened inside the ethics panel. What are you hearing?
Well, obviously, very heated scenes, Shiv, were witnessed inside the ethics panel meeting. Of course, Mahua Moitra first made her verbal statement. She gave her oral evidence, so it was more like an opening statement. And after that, there was a lunch break. And then, in fact, she went back in. And there was a cross-examination that took place. Now, one camp, which is, of course, the BJP camp, says that, the questions that were being asked were on the basis of what's in the affidavit, which is Darshan Hiranandani's suo motu affidavit before the ethics panel, which has been authenticated by the Ministry of External Affairs. They asked questions on the basis of it as to how many times, in fact, Mahua Moitra had traveled abroad, her relations with Mr. Darshan Hiranandani, how long they've known each other, how often they speak over the phone, all of these details. At some point, Mahua Moitra lost her cool. She felt that the questions were too personal in nature, that they were very trying in nature as well. And she, of course, accused the chairman of leading this sort of a kangaroo court in terms of, the investigation that was being carried out. She walked out in a huff, and so did at least 4 other opposition MPs who are part of that ethics panel.
So what happens
like
next, Poulomi? What happens next?
It remains to be seen, Shiv, at the moment, because it's unlikely that Mahua Moitra will go back and complete her statement, or that cross-examination will be concluded in terms of the evidence that she has to present before the ethics committee. So given, of course, how things played out today, they will, of course, rely on the departmental reports that they have before them from the MHA, from the Ministry of Information and Technology, and ME, of course, authenticating Darshan Hiranandani's, suo motu affidavit as well. Unlikely that anybody else at the moment will be asked to depose before it. They'll, of course, consult with all committee members. The chairman will have to consult with all committee members as to whether they should go ahead and prepare a report. Because earlier, from what I'd heard, of course, I'll have to go back and speak with my sources, but from what I'd heard earlier as well, the sense that the committee had was, at least the chairman's sense at that point of time, at least was having spoken to some of them, that they should go ahead and at least recommend, any action or not before the Lok Sabha Speaker after Mahua Moitra's statement. So no other witnesses are likely to be brought forward or asked to appear before the committee.
Okay, interesting. We'll have to see where, this lands, because it's reached a very, very tense and very confrontational level now, and it's going to be difficult to predict where it actually goes from here. Like Poulomi said, we don't know if Mahua will be going back to complete her statement, because the cash for query scam, Poulomi, thanks for the moment, continues to rage and explode. Mahua Moitra, like Poulomi was just explaining, has just spent a couple of hours in front of the ethics panel recording a verbal statement, but it is incomplete because she stormed out. In her statement, she's denied any wrongdoing and asked for documentary evidence of cash being allegedly given to her. The Ethics Committee will probe whether Mahua indeed shared her login and password for her parliamentary system and took money to ask questions in Parliament. Remember, all of these are only in the realm of allegations mentioned in an affidavit. Meanwhile, sources close to India today reveal that Mahua's Lok Sabha portal was logged in 47 times from Dubai, presumably by Darshan Hiranandani or his team. According to sources, Mahua also made several unaccounted trips to countries like France, the UK, the US. But once again, it must be said, in all fairness, that the reasons for these trips are not known just yet, and the only reason they're being reported is because they are in front of the ethics panel and they are the subject matter of affidavits before the Parliamentary Ethics Panel. On Wednesday, Trinamool Chief and West Bengal Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee broke her silence over this entire controversy, something that she had hesitated to do earlier, claiming that an appropriate reply will be given on the issue. Mamta called it a result of vendetta politics.
I mean, our this is a political matter, political appropriate platform, they will give you the reply. But all are political vendetta that you people better know better than me.
Mahua Moitra, you have played with the security of Bharat, my country. You have given the login password, which you were not supposed to do. And not only that, not only if proven guilty, you are a traitor of the nation, but you have also engaged yourself into corrupt activities. And why not? Ultimately, she is a TMC MP.
बंगाल की खजानों से लेकर पार्लियामेंट में प्रश्न उठाने तक ये पार्टी पूर्णतः भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त है। वहाँ पर भी, बंगाल में भी भ्रष्टाचार करते हैं और यहाँ पर उनको कवर अप करने के लिए व्यापारियों से पैसा उठाकर उनके आधार पर प्रश्न करते रहे पार्लियामेंट में। अब इसका जवाब उनको देना पड़ेगा। उन्होंने ये तो मान्य किया कि मैंने गिफ्ट लिए हैं, 2.5 लाख का, 3-3 लाख का, कोई कहते हैं बड़ा बैग लिए हैं और सम्मान लिया है। तो उसकी जानकारी वह दें कि किस प्रकार के गिफ्ट लिए उन्होंने और किस प्रकार का बाकी मामला है। परंतु ये तो सच है और ये उन्होंने मान्य भी कर लिया कि उन्होंने प्रश्न उठाए हैं किसी एक व्यापारी के कहने पर, किसी एक कॉर्पोरेट घराने के कहने पर प्रश्न उठाए हैं।
और कुछ लोग जो है वो अपने गुनाहों के गटर को गठबंधन के शटर से छिपाने बचाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। लेकिन जो कानून है अपना काम कर रहा है, उसमें आरोप प्रत्यारोप लगाना कि इनको हुआ, इनको नहीं हुआ, ऐसा हुआ, वैसा, जो कुछ कहना हो आपको एजेंसी के सामने कहना होगा या फिर कोर्ट के सामने कहना होगा।
Quickly, just to break down for you, the viewer, what the ethics panel is actually probing. Let's go point by point. These are the questions and these are the allegations against her that they are going to be looking at. Did Mahua Moitra take cash to ask questions in Parliament? Did Mahua share her parliamentary login credentials with somebody else? Is Mahua guilty of policy breach in Parliament? Did Mahua commit contempt of Parliament, which is a serious charge? The charges are criminal offences under section 120A of the IPC. Are they borne out by the allegations made out against Mahua Moitra? That's what's in front of the ethics panel. Now, amidst this controversy over this cash for query charge, speaking exclusively to India Today, Mahua Moitra a few days ago went on to call the charges against her frivolous, terming the case a badly constructed hit job. This was the first interview that Mahua Moitra gave.
I want to understand from you, the same Darshan Hiranandani reportedly was given a login and your password and asked as per the affidavit to ask questions effectively on your behalf. Questions that reportedly, according to the affidavit, were meant to discredit, or information meant to discredit Adani. That in your questions in Parliament, which you asked 62 of, 9 of the questions which were meant to discredit Adani, you gave your login and password to Darshan Hiranandani, who could have been a business competitor.
My login from 2019 onwards, I have a remote constituency. From not only now, from 2019, I asked Darshan, because I need some, when the NIC login is given to you, and I've shown this to you, all MPs, no MP puts their question themselves. The NIC login is being made out to be some great sort of, secret that can be used to access the RBI's vaults, or can be used to access the budget before it is placed. Please understand, the NIC login only helps you get in to put in the questions. You are then sent an OTP on a mobile phone. Most MPs, please take a poll of all MPs. No MP puts in their own questions. Their PAs, their interns, their LAMs, their PRS fellows type in the questions and source the questions and put in the questions. Most MPs do not even know what the questions are. No MP has their login and password. All the login and password are with their teams. Number one. The NIC login, there are no rules.
Did you get Darshan Hiranandani to write the questions?
Is given to you, there are no rules.
Did you get Darshan Hiranandani to write questions for you?
Excuse me, no.
Did you get Darshan Hiranandani to write questions for you?
No question I have given. Rajdeep, why are you repeating the same question thrice? There is a time lag. Please let me answer. Please don't behave like one of those anchors that go like this and they think, we've got Mahua Moitra under a scanner. Please understand. Right? Please wait for the time lag and wait me to answer. Do not repeat a question 3 times. The most important thing is, in 2019, after I became an MP, I have given 61 questions. The national average of questions by any MP is 191. The average for my state of West Bengal is 129. I told Darshan he is a 19. When the question comes, please give me some assistant in your office. Just before every session, they ask you to please put in your questions. I could have typed them in and put them in myself. I told him, please get me someone in your office who can type in my questions. The mobile number to which an OTP comes, the charge that somebody can put in an answer for you is ludicrous, because my mobile number is given as the every question myself. I am one of those people that does their every question myself, which is why there's only 60, 121, 191, because most people have Given Darshan Hiranandani my login and password to say that please, when I send in my questions, have someone in your office type it in and put it in. Every single MP's login and questions is given to large teams. You are saying you've given it to a foreign entity. Darshan Hiranandani is my friend and is an Indian citizen. His passport has been made public. 3, you are saying he's logged in from Dubai. I myself have logged in from Switzerland. My sister's child who's at Cambridge, when I've been on holiday, I've been like, JB, can you just put it, I've got the deadline for putting questions is going away. Can you please type in these questions? She's done it, right? If NIC's question and answer portal is so very protected, why don't you block IP addresses from entering it? Where is the national security in putting in a question in parliament when every single question is RTI-able? Darshan Hiranandani does not need me to ask a question in parliament. Every question is RTI-able. Where is the quid? Where is the quo?
Now, Mahua Moitra's defense, you've heard her in that first interview to India Today, but it needs to be broken down into greater detail, and it bears even more significance now because of that incomplete ethics panel deposition. Now, first take a look at what she says about Jai Anant Dehadrai's charges. She says, we shared an acrimonious relationship. We are engaged in a custody battle over a pet dog. On Darshan Hiranandani's affidavit, she says, this is a badly constructed hit job against me. No documented proof of any of the alleged gifts, which Darshan Hiranandani also talks about. On Gautam Adani, she says, I was approached via 2 Lok Sabha MPs. He was giving cash not to ask questions, was asked to keep quiet till the elections. On gifts allegedly received from Darshan Hiranandani, the businessman, she says, I received a scarf on my birthday 3 to 4 years ago. He also bought a lipstick eyeshadow from Dubai. On Nishikant Dubey, the BJP MP's charges, she says, I'm involved in a bitter feud with Nishikant for the last 4 to 5 years. There is no mention of the 2 crore rupees given to me in the affidavit. So those are the defenses at this point of time. It's already become a very, very ugly fracas, dramatic scenes outside the ethics panel. We will have to wait and see what next step either the Parliament Ethics Panel or Mahua Moitra take in this regard. We're taking a very quick break. On the other side, I'm just back from the war front in Israel and Palestine, so I'm going to be taking our focus directly back there because there have been many developments, including this disturbing video of a Hamas drone attack on a group of Israeli soldiers inside Gaza. That's next.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Carved from the heat and dust, he's seen India's blood and sweat.
Nooh has been simmering with communal tension.
Shaped by a nation in motion, firsthand.
This alliance hasn't still worked out how they intend over the next 10 months to work together.
And that's why, when he hits the field to report India's politics and polls,
You've always done what the Gandhis have wanted you to do.
India's finest reporter and the ultimate newsman, Rajdeep Sardesai, only on India Today TV.
केंद्र सरकार अपनी सत्ता के नशे में इस तरीके से चूर है, इतना घमंड हो गया है उनको कि वो हर एक छोटे राजनीतिक दल को कुचलना चाहते हैं, मसलना चाहते हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी एक बढ़ती हुई राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है और पार्टी को कुचलने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार हर कोशिश कर रही है।
क्या ये सच बात नहीं है कि होलसेल प्राइवेट को दिया गया आपके संज्ञान और साजिश से, और इसकी एवज में बड़ा पैसा घूस के रूप में आप लोगों ने लिया? क्या ये सच बात नहीं है कि फेस टाइम कॉल पर बात कराई गई विजय नायर की समीर महिंद्रू के साथ, ये कहते हुए कि ही इज माय बॉय, ख्याल रखना इसका? आज इन सारी चीजों पर जवाब देने के बदले आम आदमी पार्टी फिर से वही कर रही है, कभी जस्टिफिकेशन फॉर करप्शन और कभी किस प्रकार से विक्टिमहुड कार्ड खेलना है, यही इनका चरित्र बन चुका है।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Time for me to head for some tea and poha.
Congress has to try hard to win back.
कहाँ दौड़ रहा? That's what I wanted, my black chicken kadaknath.
मेथी के लड्डू
ईडी अपने घर पहुंच गए।
स्वागत है उनका। 150 करोड़ की अघोषित संपत्ति जब्त होती है।
रायपुर आना है तो नुक्कड़ जरूर जाना है। छत्तीसगढ़ी थाली।
PSC is basically Party Service Commission.
छत्तीसगढ़िया।
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 elections, and the best view is always from the ground. Preeti Chaudhary is on the election road again, ready with her election dispatch.
Are you excited to vote for the first time?
To compile her diary from those who matter.
आप बात कर रहे हैं वसुंधरा राजे की, पर आपका निशाना अशोक गहलोत है।
Would you reckon the Bharatiya Janata Party is coming back?
From those who should matter.
कभी ग्राउंड में आके देखते ही नहीं है क्या चल रहा है। असल में जिंदगी में किसी के पास खाने के लिए भी नहीं होता एक वक्त की रोटी।
Gauging the pulse of the poll-bound states, about little people and what troubles the common folk, about their modest hopes and what their strident demands are. Watch Election Dispatch only on India Today.
Hamas unleashes bomber drones. Nightmare scenario for the IDF. Hamas inspired by Ukraine and ISIS.
Does the combination of drone and grenade mean Hamas's new terror weapon? Hamas drone films attack mission. "14 IDF troops killed in Gaza so far." This war is only escalating. Top focus on 5 Live.
Israel has one of the mightiest militaries, sophisticated weapons, endless resources, and a galvanized military now looking to completely destroy Hamas. But one of the reasons why the ground operation into the Gaza Strip has been slower and much more deliberate is because of the innovative, cost-effective terror tactics used by Hamas terrorists, which are now coming true. In the opening days of this conflict, viewer, if you remember, I here on 5 Live on India Today had told you about how the lethal use of drones would become visible very, very soon. Hamas had used drones carrying grenades to disable sensor posts on the border in the opening minutes of the October 7th attack on Israel. And now they've released a video showing a grenade being dropped from a $600 drone on a group of what appear to be Israeli Defense Forces soldiers inside the Gaza Strip. There is no date. We don't know when or where this was, but we can presume it to be from around yesterday or today or the day before, sometime this week, and inside the northern part of the Gaza Strip, which is where I've been reporting from. What this shows is a group of Israeli soldiers who cannot see the drone as it hovers ominously above them, and then shifting positions, adjusting itself so it's hovering just above that group of soldiers. It simply drops that grenade with an orange tail so it can correct itself as it plunges towards those soldiers. It is not known if any of those soldiers were killed in that attack, but you can see the soldiers scatter in every direction. Some of them continue to run away. Some of them appear to still be there, possibly injured or maybe even dead. 14 IDF soldiers have died so far in operations against Hamas terrorists inside the Gaza Strip. But this video put out by Hamas confirms a latent fear that drones, cheap drones that can be procured in their hundreds using smuggling routes operated by the Hamas and hidden in tunnels, can be deployed with devastating effect, and they are very, very difficult to detect. Now remember, the ISIS had used drones armed and rigged with explosives to devastating effect in Syria and Iraq. We've seen Ukraine use drones rigged with bombs against Russian tanks and Russian forces in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, and now you're seeing Hamas deploy the same kind of thing. Watch this report, it tells you more.
Israel is pounding Gaza with its airstrikes. Their troops are on the ground inside Gaza, smoking out Hamas terrorists. As the war enters a decisive phase, Hamas has retreated to the underground tunnel network from where they're planning and executing guerrilla attacks. Their counterattacks also feature rocket and drone launches. The outfit has released footage showing an armed drone attacking a group of IDF soldiers in Gaza. In this clip, Hamas drone can be seen firing grenade at Israeli ground troops. The Hamas leadership has threatened they will carry out October 7 style attack again and again until Israel is annihilated.
لازم نقدمها وحنقدمها مرة ثانية وثالثة ومش هذا حتكون طوفان الأقصى أول مرة لا حتكون ثانية وثالثة ورابعة لأنه إحنا لدينا
We will repeat the October 7 attack time and again until Israel is annihilated. We are victims. Everything we do is justified.
معلش بدي أقول لك بشكل واضح إحنا اسمنا شعب الشهداء.
Hamas leader Khalid Mashal described the October 7th terror attack as an invasion that will pave the way for Israel's defeat.
7 أكتوبر فتح الطريق الأوتوستراد highway. Hamas's October 7, 2023 invasion of southern Israel paved a huge highway towards the removal of Israel. Muslims need more Islamic scholars. We have friends among the Christians, even among the Jews, as well as the global left. Russia and China have good positions. They can do more for the Palestinians, and this is the opportunity to change the current US-dominated unipolar world order.
Israel has accused the Hamas leadership of leaving Gaza's civilians to fend for themselves while they themselves hide in tunnels.
هذه الأنفاق من أجل أن نحمي أنفسنا من الطائرات، نحمي مقاتلينا من الأنفاق. أما القطاع غزة فأنت تعلم والجميع يعلم بأنه 75% منه لاجئين، واللاجئين هو مسؤولية الأمم المتحدة في حماية.
سمعنا صوت أولاد صغار في قلب بيش.
Tel Aviv has also released videos of alleged Hamas terrorists claiming they have killed civilians, including kids.
أول شيء ما تقناش على الموضوع يا جماعة إنه في الشاشة قعدنا في الأوضة وكنا طمع.
With Israel declaring there will be no ceasefire, the stage is set for the bloodiest phase of war in Gaza. Bureau Report, India Today.
And just remember that each of those drones costs anywhere between $600 and $1,000 if you add a grenade to it, which basically means for $1,000 and deployed in numbers, the Israeli forces really have a potential nightmare on their hands. Now, after the aerial drones that you've just seen and we've shown you in this video that the Hamas has put out, the Hamas has also put out a video of submarine drones. Now, take a look at this picture. These are propaganda videos, but the reason we're showing them to you is not to platform them, but because we want to decode and give you a reality check of what you're looking at, because sometimes these propaganda videos are exaggerated. They make it seem like a very, very lethal capability. But what exactly are we looking at here? Here we're looking at what appears to be some kind of a torpedo rigged with a GoPro camera in the front that provides a live stream of visuals, taken into the water by two scuba divers of the Hamas and then released. What it appears to be is a torpedo that can be manually guided from a control center on the beach by Hamas frogmen to hit Israeli naval assets, including boats, warships, and surveillance vessels. What this basically means is that despite air attacks, ground strikes, and naval assets of the Israeli Navy closing in on the Gaza Strip, injecting special forces, using their own deck guns to hit port facilities on the Gaza Strip, these torpedoes can now pose a threat. They've been written about since about 2017, but this is one of the first times that clear video footage of a naval torpedo attack capability or an underwater drone capability, as Hamas is calling it, are actually seen on video footage. They've never been used in the past before. A couple of occasions in the past when such underwater drones have been deployed against naval warships of the Israeli Navy, they've been intercepted and deactivated and were not found to be effective. But is something changing now? Is this muscle flexing against the Israeli Navy? Now, 3 weeks back, Israel's defense minister ordered a blockade of electricity and fuel supply to Gaza. The war was in its first phase then, as we reported. It's now well into its fourth week. It'll soon be a month since this nightmare began. The sole power station of Gaza has run completely out of fuel and has stopped working. Now hospitals in Gaza are on the brink of shutting down as they have very little fuel supply left. Israel alleges that fuel resources have all been captured by Hamas, who have left civilian Palestinians to suffer and die. The only cancer treatment hospital in Gaza has stopped all its functions on Wednesday after its fuel supply ran out completely. Similarly, Israel says it has evidence that Hamas has captured all of these fuel supplies, and to hell with hospitals and innocents.
It's bombing in the night and in day, relentlessly in Gaza for the fourth week, by Israel and by Hamas as well, since October 7th. It's a war that doesn't seem to be ending. In fact, With each passing day, it gets worse. Caught in this crossfire are the Palestinians cooped up in the world's largest open prison of Gaza enclave. Death tolls are mounting and supplies are drying out in hospitals.
I want to show you the reality that you most probably do not see in the media. I don't know if I am working in a hospital or a refugee camp. The hallways of the Al-Shifa hospital became a floor for the forcefully displaced Palestinians by the Israeli bombings and destruction of homes.
The only cancer treatment hospital in Gaza has gone out of service after it ran out of fuel on Wednesday.
Normally, we would have had several hundred people going every day for advanced medical care, and they haven't, of course, been able to get those things. And now, with many of the hospitals, with at least 5 hospitals not functioning, and the Turkish Friendship Hospital, which provides cancer care, saying they've had to stop most services and they'll have to stop everything in the next 24 hours, we have many, many people with their chronic conditions just not getting the care.
On the other hand, Indonesian hospitals in Gaza that have been treating injured and emergency patients, even in the corridors and hallways, have a few hours worth of fuel left before it too would be forced to shut down. It's the same story for the handful of other hospitals still operating in the region. Doctors working in Gaza have predicted this days before.
Health institutions in the Gaza Strip depend very heavily on the electrical generators for electricity and operate the necessary equipments for patients and injured people. Now there is a complete power outage and we rely heavily on electrical generators.
The only hope for the injured and critical patients are now the ambulances that would take them out of Gaza to neighboring countries for treatment. Like these ambulances lined up near Egypt's Rafah crossing, they are waiting to cross into Gaza, where they will evacuate injured civilians. And this journey to another shore for treatment is not only scary, it also requires nerve to brave the ongoing bombing from both sides, on land, from sea, and from air. Life is of little value in Gaza, but revenge is all that matters for the time being.
And on day 27, just shy of a month, how are things looking on the ground in Gaza? And what are the details of Israel's offensive? Is it going to plateau out or is it going to escalate even further? Here's the latest of what we know from the ground.
It was a night of fierce fighting in Gaza. As Israeli tanks, bulldozers, infantrymen and combat units moved deeper into enemy territory, they met with resistance from Hamas fighters who fired anti-tank missiles and hurled grenades at them. The Israeli forces retaliated with aerial strikes and artillery and tank fire. Israeli defense forces claimed dozens of Hamas fighters were killed in the attacks. Meanwhile, bombardment of Gaza Strip has intensified as IDF attacks the enclave from the ground, air and sea.
Our forces continue to significantly expand their ground operations in the northern Gaza Strip. Overnight, forces engaged in significant battles, including a multi-story building in Jabalia area. Terrorists fired at our forces in the area. Hamas used that structure, like many others, as a sanctuary. In this case, talking about the deliberate use of civilian structure near a school, a medical center, and government offices.
The Israel Air Force on Thursday claimed to have eliminated Muhammad Azzar, the head of Hamas's anti-tank system. Gaza City, the largest population center, will soon bear the brunt of the Israeli onslaught as they move southwards. Meanwhile, Israeli army recovered a large cache of weapons and supplies that were allegedly used in the October 7th terror attack. The weapons seized included
Our coverage of the Israel-Hamas war continues here on India Today with the only channel reporting from both Israel and Palestine. Look out for all of our war reports. Thanks for watching 5 Live. I'll see you at the same time tomorrow. Coming up next, the Battle of Champions with Nikhil Naz. India take on Sri Lanka at the Wankhede Stadium in Mumbai. Team India sets a huge total for Sri Lanka. Virat Kohli misses his 49th century. The big show with Nikhil next.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
On a day like this in Delhi, it brings back memories of growing up in Los Angeles, where the air was the most polluted air anywhere in America. Where, like today, we were given warnings by our teachers, you cannot go outside and play, just as my daughter was given by her teachers today as I dropped her off at school.
जिनको नॉर्मल लंग्स हैं उनके लिए भी खतरनाक है, तो जिनका ऑलरेडी फेफड़ों में कोई बीमारी है उनके लिए तो और भी ज्यादा खतरनाक है. इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी उनके लंग्स और फेफड़े पूरी तरह से काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, डिजीज्ड हैं, क्षतिग्रस्त हैं. तो जो ऑक्सीजनेशन की प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, जो बाहर का प्रदूषण अंदर इनहेल करके जो अंदर सांस में जाता है, उसका असर वहां ज्यादा होगा और उतना ही लंग्स का रिजर्व कैपेसिटी और कम होगा.
Air quality today. In Delhi, 480. In Mumbai, 109. In Kolkata, 150. In Bangalore, 34. In Chennai, 77. In Hyderabad, 82.
The semi-final before the big 2024 elections, and the best view is always from the ground. Preeti Chaudhary is on the election road again, ready with her election dispatch.
Are you excited to vote for the first time?
To compile her diary from those who matter.
Would you reckon the Bharatiya Janata Party is coming back?
From those who should matter.
कभी ग्राउंड में आके देखते ही नहीं है क्या चल रहा है असल में जिंदगी में. किसी के पास खाने के लिए भी नहीं होता एक वक्त की रोटी.
Gauging the pulse of the pole-bound states, about little people and what troubles the common folk, about their modest hopes and what their strident demands are. Watch Election Dispatch only on India Today.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
me to head for some tea and poha.
Congress has to try hard to win back.
Kahan dod raha? That's what I wanted, my black chicken kadaknath.
मेथी का लड्डू
ईडी अपने घर पहुंच गए।
स्वागत है उनका। 150 करोड़ की अघोषित संपत्ति जब्त होती है।
रायपुर आना है तो नुक्कड़ जरूर जाना है। छत्तीसगढ़ी थाली।
बहुत अच्छा।
PSC is basically Party Service Commission.
छत्तीसगढ़िया।
It's the semi-final before the big 2024 elections, and the best view is always from the ground. Preeti Chaudhary is on the election road again, ready with her election dispatch.
Are you excited to vote for the first time?
To compile her diary from those who matter.
Would you reckon the Bharatiya Janata Party is coming back?
From those who should matter.
कभी ग्राउंड में आके देखते ही नहीं है क्या चल रहा है असल में जिंदगी में किसी के पास खाने के लिए भी नहीं होता एक वक्त की रोटी.
Gauging the pulse of the poll-bound states, about little people and what troubles the common folk, about their modest hopes and what their strident demands are. Watch Election Dispatch only on India Today.
In politics, everyone has an opinion, but I have the data. Whose stock is rising? Whose graph is falling? Track India's political stock exchange. Unmatched, unmissable data analytics. The only show on News TV where numbers do the talking. India's most credible poll tracker. The Political Stock Exchange with Rahul Kamal only on India Today.
So sorry.
Wow.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
That'll take it to
You are watching Battle of Champions, your daily dose of all things related to the Cricket World Cup. I'm Nikhil Naz, and in the next half an hour or so, we're going to look at India's innings very closely. Remember, this is India's 7th game at this edition of the World Cup. Until now, they've played 6, won 6. Will it be 7 out of 7 for the men in blue? In fact, the way that they've batted against Sri Lanka, it does seem like that they are heading towards a match-winning total. 355 for 6 as things stand right now in that game. And still 4 deliveries to go for the Sri Lankan bowlers to bowl, which means India could very well look at something in the range of 360 plus. Now remember, that would then be a world record total for any team to chase. The highest total successfully chased in a World Cup was 345. That was done a few games ago against this Sri Lankan team. Pakistan managed to do that. Then you had another game in which New Zealand almost chased down 390 versus Australia, but that wasn't to be. So still, the world record total that has been chased at the World Cup remains around the 345 range. Will Sri Lanka be able to overhaul India's total that they set, which seems to be around 360, then that will be a massive record in the World Cup. We'll find out whether that is to happen, but let's take a look at how the Indian innings actually panned out. It started off with a big dismissal of Rohit Sharma, the man who's been in form for the Indian team, the man who's been setting a tempo for the Indian team in this entire tournament. He was dismissed pretty early. In his trademark style, hit a 4 of the first ball, but then was dismissed by Madhushanka. Now, Madhushanka is a left-arm fast bowler who has traditionally troubled the Indian batters, and that's exactly what happened this time around as well, getting Rohit Sharma out early. At that time, it seemed like that the Sri Lankan team would be coming out firing. Remember, Sri Lanka also fighting for survival in this tournament. They are logically, you'd say, out of the semi-final race, but mathematically, they're still alive in this semi-final race. So, which is what the Sri Lankan team would be hoping for, that if they have an outside chance of making it to the semi-final, they would have had to have played very well today. That wasn't the case in the way the Indian innings then went about their business from there on. As I said, they got Rohit Sharma pretty early, but after that, it was all men in blue. Madhushanka, the record-in-chief for Sri Lanka, picking up 4 wickets. Chamira was also very lethal with the new ball. There was a phase in the game where he did not allow Indian batters to get any sort of runs. But from there on, the Indian batters got into the grooves. Virat Kohli, Shubman Gill got a 100-run plus stand, and that partnership is what has propelled India to the total that they are about to get. There's still 3 deliveries to go in India's innings. So 356 for 7 in 49.4 overs. That is where India is at the moment, and the innings is still happening there. Let's look at the top performers for India, and starting with Shubman Gill. Now, if there were 2 areas of concerns for India in this tournament, that was not a lot of runs from the bat of Shreyas Iyer, not a lot of runs from the bat of Shubman Gill. And both those issues have kind of been sorted this time around, with Shubman Gill becoming the highest run getter of the game with 92 runs for the Indian team. He's the one who set that base. If you just take a look at his innings, 92 balls, 92 runs is what he's got, with 11 fours and then 2 sixes at a strike rate of exactly 100. But all eyes were on Virat Kohli. One, you were playing at the historical ground that is the Wankhede Stadium, and then everyone knows that he was just one short of Sachin Tendulkar's record of 49 ODI tons. So that is how close Virat Kohli was, and for him to get there, he had to get 100 today. So 88 runs is what he's got in 94 deliveries, 11 fours and no sixes at all, at a strike rate of 93. It looked like he was in good form. It looked like that he could then get to that record equaling 4900, but against the run of play, he was then dismissed and could not reach that 100 that he so desired. 88 is what he managed on the day. And then towards the latter half of the innings, it was Shreyas Iyer who really came to the fore, getting a lot of runs for the team. He got 82 runs in his stint right at the death, and that is what has taken India now to 357 for 7 in the 50 overs. So just reminding you, 357 for 7 is the total that India have got in their 50 overs. There's still a review, so it could very well be 8 down. We're just awaiting confirmation on that. It does seem like that towards the end, it is Jadeja who is run out. So India finish at 357 for 8. So then the number that the Sri Lankan team is going to be targeting is going to be 358. That's going to be an uphill task for the Sri Lankan team. But 357, the Indian team, remember, were put into bat by the Sri Lankan team. And once they came out to bat there, looking at the ground, looking at the pitch that's always on offer at the Wankhede Stadium, 350 would have been a target that India would be aiming at, a target that they would have been chasing. And in that sense, the Indian batting lineup would be happy that they are able to surpass that 350 run mark. 357 is what they've got. 358 is the target that the Sri Lankan team will have to be chasing. Okay, joining us live on the program, our cricket analyst in Robin Uthappa. Robin, first up, 357. I remember you pointing out that this is a high-scoring game, so you'd have to, take your target that far ahead. Happy you reckon the Indian team would be with this total?
Yeah, given how the wicket was actually playing initially, there was a little bit of seam movement there for the fast bowlers, especially Madhushanka. Rajitha also got some seam movement as well. So, with the fast bowlers and Shamira getting some seam movement as well. So, with the fast bowlers getting so much seam movement, I suppose this is going to be a good enough total for India to defend, given the kind of form that our fast bowlers are in right at this point in time.
My next question, Robin, what explains that initial 7-8 over burst that we saw from the Sri Lankan fast bowler? Was the pitch really assisting them, or was it just some outstanding piece of bowling?
I think there were some great skills as well. We had discussed this and we said that these guys are very good bowlers. They're a very good bowling side, and they've got the skills to trouble the Indian batters. And, I think that's what we experienced in the first 7 or 8 overs. And I said to you, if Rohit Sharma can bat off those first 10 overs, then he is in for a big score. And you saw it with Rohit, you saw it with Shubman and with Virat, that once they played the new ball off, they were in for a lot of runs till they made an error.
Okay, we're going to discuss in detail all those knocks that we saw from the Indian batters, whether it was Shreyas Iyer, Virat Kohli, Shubman Gill. Also, take a closer look at Madhushanka's spell. He was a wrecker-in-chief for the Sri Lankan team. But before we get Robin's thoughts on that, let's quickly take a look at how the Indian innings actually panned out. Here are the highlights.
The first ball to Rohit Sharma was a loosener, and the Indian skipper had no qualms in dispatching it. But the very next ball, Dilshan Madhushanka produced a piece to get rid of Rohit Sharma.
Imagine trying that in the...
Sri Lanka had the tail up, causing India trouble in the power play, but India managed to hang on.
It goes down.
After the early nerves got settled, both Kohli and Gill got into their groove, finding gaps with ease and comfort. The run flow for India did not cease as both heaped trouble for Sri Lanka, giving them no chance of making inroads.
Walked at it and whacked it, Shubman Gill. That has raced to the fence.
Gill had just started to switch gears as he moved closer to his century, but played a careless shot and gave away his wicket.
To get it over the keeper. Shubman Gill's magnificent innings of 92 comes to an end.
The silence in the Wankhede became deafening when Virat Kohli couldn't read a slower one and fell for 88 runs.
Just when we thought we'd be potentially calling 2 Indian centuries, they both
drops. Throws the hands at it and does it in...
To ensure that India weren't totally derailed, Shreyas Iyer took responsibility, smashing some big ones as he got to his 50.
For Shreyas Iyer, and what's good to see today was the intent.
But like Gill and Kohli, Iyer too couldn't get to his ton. But India crossed the 350-run mark and have taken a strong position at the halfway stage.
So the young man is gone.
Okay, the noteworthy innings then from the Indian batters. 92 for Shubman Gill. You had 88 for Virat Kohli and then 82 by Shreyas Iyer. That is what has taken India to 357. Robin Uthappa still with us. Robin, let's now talk about individual performances, and I'll start with Shubman Gill. I remember last game when we spoke about Shubman Gill, him not getting too many runs in the tournament. I remember you saying he's very close to 100. The 100 is just round the corner. Today was the day.
He's always known to bat well on good, quick, fast tracks, and because his batting is so conducive for those kind of wickets. And I had a feeling that here he would get a lot of runs. He would be a little disappointed with himself that he couldn't convert this into a big 100, because this would have not just been 100. If he'd gotten 100, I was rest assured that this could have been a daddy 100, not just for him, but also for Virat. But, it happens in cricket when you sometimes lose one wicket, you sometimes lose, you lose two on the trot. And that's exactly what happened with Shubman and Virat today. But he batted well. It was nice to see him take some time, get in control, bat with that control at the initial part of his innings, and then keep building on it. And then, just the way he kind of expressed himself today was great.
As you said, the conditions also kind of suited the batting style of Shubman Gill. I also want to talk to you about Virat Kohli, but before that, another word on Shubman Gill. Also the timing of the innings, in that sense, looking at the larger picture, the tournament, you'd say it's come at the perfect time. Rohit Sharma was already firing. You needed the other opener to come to the party. And so in that sense, absolutely the correct time for him to have gotten runs under his belt.
Absolutely. See, we tend to forget very quickly because, as fans, we don't see what a player's gone through. We have to be very cognizant of the fact that he's just recovered from dengue. So it takes the body a while after an illness like dengue for you to recover and feel like you're fighting fit. He's playing for his country. There's a lot of pride involved. So he would have put his body on the line in those first initial games to just kind of be ready just to be available to play for his country and put out, give himself the best chance to do well. And I think in a day or so, in a week or so, you've seen that it's gotten better. He's physically gotten better. And once he's gotten better, you can see the performance is coming through. I felt in the previous game was a hard wicket for someone like him, where the ball is stopping, doing a lot. We saw him in West Indies when the wickets weren't coming on quickly to him, that, he wasn't scoring too many runs. And I felt and I sensed that Ekana Stadium was going to be that kind of a wicket for Shubman Gill. But I knew that, sensed very strongly that 100 or a big score for him was around the corner. And I sensed it was going to happen in Bombay. From here on through, I feel like you will see him score a lot of runs along with Rohit Sharma at the top of the order.
Yeah, it 100% would have happened. He was looking all set to get to that 100. In fact, had started accelerating. If it wasn't for that double mind that you saw him, should he play that shot? Should he not? And then tried to, touch that delivery, maybe play it to the third man region. That's how nicked it and was out by the wicketkeeper. Lots more to come with Robin Uthappa. But for the moment, let's take you live to the Wankhede Stadium. Our correspondent Dev Kotak joins us live from there. I know, Dev, when we spoke to you before the game started, all the fans that have come to the Wankhede Stadium were very bullish about India's batters. They certainly seem to have got their money's worth.
Well, yes, absolutely. You saw that the first half of the game was an absolute cracker. Some of the fans had right from the start been saying that not only are we confident, but also having studied and read a little bit about today's pitch and the kind of conditions. Of course, Indians are not new playing in the subcontinent in this kind of humidity. Even Sri Lanka is used to it. But of course, they know the Wankhede pitch better, which is also what the audience members said, that it is a flat batting pitch, and it somehow reflected. Of course, having lost about 7 wickets, we managed to power the score to above 355. So that is something that they had always anticipated right from the start. Of course, very unfortunate that 3 of our batsmen, Shreyas Iyer, Shubman Gill and Virat Kohli, all 3 of them were unlucky enough that they were not able to complete their centuries. But right now, it's too early to say. Of course, India seemingly in the driver's seat, but we cannot take Sri Lanka for granted. And, we cannot underestimate them at any point in time. because, of course, an early setback that came into the game, and of course we did not imagine at any point in time that this would be the kind of score. Having lost Rohit Sharma just for a mere 4 runs and very early on into the game was a massive setback and also a sense of disappointment. But we are here right outside the stadium, and you see the fans are still anxious. Of course, they are confident, but they're not as bullish as they were earlier, because they know that this is cricket, and in sport literally anything can happen. Now it is all going to boil down to India's fine bowling order, and Mohammad Shami and the several other lovely bowlers that we have. We expect them to make immense damage and make inroads into the Sri Lankan batting team very early on into the game, so that they have a convincing victory. And of course, as you saw in the case with England, we beat them by over 100 runs. So that was definitely something that they would want to take back and replicate in this game as well.
Okay, Dave, thank you so much for that update from right outside the Wankhede Stadium. The one thing that he does point out, that the Indian fans are a bit anxious even now, even though it's a 358-run target, which is massive. If Sri Lanka were to chase it down, it'll be a world record chase in a World Cup. Yet the fans are anxious because we know the batting pitch here in Wankhede can allow teams to chase down very big totals. But the one thing, Robin, that the fans must take heart from, I know that this is a ground where they can leak runs. This is a ground where batters can play a lot of big shots. But one thing that most fans can take heart from is the fact that how good Indian bowlers have been. Had this been any other bowling attack, probably you would have given Sri Lanka an outside chance to chase it. But the way the Indian fast bowlers and spinners have been performing, do you see Sri Lanka chase it down?
Well, it's going to be tough, especially with the kind of bowling attack that we have. It's going to be challenging. Having said that, do they have the personnel who have the potential to do it? They most certainly do. So it will all depend on, again, how they start off. The first 10 overs are going to be crucial, and it's going to dictate if this chase is going to happen or not as far as Sri Lanka are concerned. There is going to be dew at play here. We have to acknowledge that, because if you see the players sweating so much in the first innings, you know that dew is going to be a big factor. So spinners may not have it that easy. The outfield can be a little lacquer, and that could actually just get the ball to come on a little well after the ball gets old. So it all depends on how many wickets Sri Lanka lose in those first 10 overs. If they don't lose too many wickets in the first 10-15 overs, it could possibly be game on.
Okay, Robin, just now, the big talking point is, of course, going to be Virat Kohli, so close yet so far to that 49-ton. What happened there? Because, what I saw was a rare occurrence on the field. Virat Kohli actually, wanting some sort of breath, running out of breath. That's a very rare thing to see on a cricket field. It doesn't quite happen. Was it because of the, the hot conditions, and did that then contribute in his dismissal?
Oh, most certainly. And we have to acknowledge that Virat's also 35 now. Body changes a lot, even though he's putting in a lot of work. And there's a shift in the body that happens after you're 32 that not a lot of cricketers know and acknowledge or understand. And then they tend to kind of push their bodies like they did till the age of 28, 30, 31, 32. And then they see that the body doesn't recover like it used to before. So it's a huge learning curve for any athlete once they get past 32, that the body changes a lot. Your focus should be a lot more on recovery than it is on strength or building endurance or speed endurance for that factor. So in that matter, it could be something that affected Virat, and he did look like he was kind of gasping for air. And a lot of the English players have also said, when they're playing in these conditions right now, especially October, November, I honestly believe, in my experience of playing and practicing a lot and living in Bombay and playing in that October month for preparation for domestic cricket or any other tournament, that October is possibly the hottest month to play, because the monsoon gets over and it starts that October, and early November gets really, really warm, because there's a lot of evaporation of a lot of the rain that's happened. So it gets really, really humid. And if you train in October in Bombay, you can be rest assured that the rest of the season is going to be very easy for you, because you're putting your body through a lot of rigors at that point in time. So certainly the air is really thick. You do feel like you're gasping for air, and I think it was one of the cases with Virat today.
One final question, Robin, before we wrap up. Shreyas Iyer clearly making full use of the conditions that he was, well aware of, that he's very familiar with, and then really coming to the party in this World Cup.
Absolutely, and I said he's not. It's not like he's in bad form. If he just needs clarity with that one shot and how he's going to approach that shot, and I think he showed that today to us. With the clarity in which he approached his game. I took the spinners to the cleaners, which I always felt and knew that is his biggest strength and will continue to be his strength. He just needs to address that short ball issue and have clarity with it. And the minute he's got clarity with it and decides himself what that approach is going to be, he's going to be amongst a lot of runs because he's a high quality player. And I believe someone who's going to serve India for a very, very long time.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Robin Uthappa, thank you so much for joining us, giving us that perspective on India's innings. Remember, 358 is the total that the Indian team has set the Sri Lankan team. It's going to be an uphill task, but here's a reminder. Don't forget to tune in to India Today right at the end of the game because we'll be live once again with our two analysts in Robin Uthappa and Suresh Raina and look back at how the Indian bowlers perform. That's all that we have time for in this edition of Battle of Champions, but news and updates continue on the other side of this screen.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Get ready for an immersive journey into the heart of news, politics and insights that matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections. Scan the QR code now.
Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Follow these steps. Open WhatsApp on your phone. Check for a new updates tab. Select Find Channel and type India Today. After finding the channel, tap the Follow button.
Rajnandgaon is 71 kilometers away from the state capital of Raipur. This election, it's a hot seat. Rajnandgaon is the bastion of three-time Chief Minister Dr. Raman Singh of BJP. He has been the MLA from this area since 2003. Rajnandgaon votes in the first phase of Chhattisgarh Assembly election on 7th of November. Dr. Raman Singh adopted Surugi village in Rajnandgaon when he was the Chief Minister. Barely 12 kilometers from Rajnandgaon, Surugi today suffers and complains of neglect. Water, health and roads are the main concerns of the villagers. Many believe that they have been victims of neglect caught in the duel between Dr. Raman Singh and current Congress Chief Minister भूपेश बघेल।
डॉक्टर रमन साहब के ग्राम को धोने के कारण भूपेश बघेल सुर्गी को विकास के दृष्टि से नहीं देखा है।
राजनीति लड़ाई का है। भाजपा और कांग्रेस राजनीति करके इस रोड का पूरा पब्लिक को ही अपना परेशानी में डाल दी है।
While BJP wants to ride on the sentiment of political rivalry as the cause, Congress points out a pre-existing deficit of development when Dr. Raman Singh ruled as Chief Minister in its defence. Surugi waits for another election for its wheel of fortune to turn towards development, and they are determined to vote for their village, this time rising above poll antics of political parties.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
तो इसलिए जरूरत है इस बात की, और इसलिए हम लोगों ने सभी दलों के साथ जो बातचीत की, हम लोगों ने भी, और कहा कि जरा एकजुट होइए, और जो देश के इतिहास को बदल रहे हैं उसको बचाइए, और इनसे मुक्ति पाना है, तो इसलिए सब एकजुट होकर के लड़िए। तो इसके लिए पटना में भी मीटिंग हुई, अन्य जगहों पर भी मीटिंग हुई, और उसके बाद ये तय हो गया कि भाई एक INDIA, इंडियन नेशनल डेवलपमेंटल इंक्लूसिव अलायंस का गठन किया गया, इसका नामकरण किया गया है। अब ये तो हो ही गया, अब तेजी से हो, लेकिन अभी तो काम ज्यादा नहीं हो रहा। अभी 5 जगह विधानसभा का चुनाव है, तो ये कांग्रेस पार्टी तो उसी में ज्यादा इंटरेस्टेड है। तो अभी तो जिसको हम लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग सब एकजुट होकर काम कर रहे थे, लेकिन अभी उनको कोई इस सब चीज की चिंता है नहीं। अभी तो लगे हुए हैं 5 राज्य के चुनाव में, इसलिए 5 राज्य का चुनाव होगा, उसके बाद अपने सबको बुलावेंगे। आजकल कभी कोई चर्चा नहीं हो रही। तो चलिए, अब जो कुछ भी होता है, हम तो देश को एकजुट करने के लिए और देश के इतिहास को ये लोग बदलना चाहते हैं, उसको ठीक करने के लिए, और इनसे जो आज हैं शासन में उनसे मुक्ति के लिए कर रहे हैं, तो आगे भी हम लोग करेंगे। अभी 5 जगह का विधानसभा का चुनाव हो रहा है, उसके बाद ही फिर बैठ करके जो कुछ भी होगा।
केंद्र सरकार अपनी सत्ता के नशे में इस तरीके से चूर है, इतना घमंड हो गया है उनको कि वो हर एक छोटे राजनीतिक दल को कुचलना चाहते हैं, मसलना चाहते हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी एक बढ़ती हुई राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, और पार्टी को कुचलने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार हर कोशिश कर रही है।
क्या ये सच बात नहीं है कि होलसेल प्राइवेट को दिया गया आपके संज्ञान और साजिश से, और इसकी एवज में बड़ा पैसा घूस के रूप में आप लोगों ने लिया? क्या ये सच बात नहीं है कि फेस टाइम कॉल पर बात कराई गई विजय नायर की समीर महिंद्रू के साथ, ये कहते हुए कि ही इज माय बॉय? ख्याल रखना इसका। आज इन सारी चीजों पर जवाब देने के बदले आम आदमी पार्टी फिर से वही कर रही है, कभी जस्टिफिकेशन फॉर करप्शन, और कभी किस प्रकार से विक्टिमहुड कार्ड खेलना है, यही इनका चरित्र बन चुका है।
Time for me to head for some tea and poha.
Congress has to try hard to win back.
कहाँ दौड़ रहा? That's what I wanted, my black chicken kadaknath.
मेथी के लड्डू
ईडी अपने घर पहुंच गए।
स्वागत है उनका। 150 करोड़ की अघोषित संपत्ति जब्त होती है।
रायपुर आना है तो नुक्कड़ जरूर जाना है। छत्तीसगढ़ी थाली।
All of that. PSC is basically Party Service Commission.
छत्तीसगढ़िया।
The bold look of Kohler. Titan Eye Plus, expert who cares. Dulux Velvet Touch feels like home.
Cash for query scandal explodes. TMC MP faces ethics panel. Mahua denies wrongdoings. Mahua storms out of meet.
It's an ethics committee. Asking also the 50 questions.
Did Mahua break parliament norms? Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime.
Good evening. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nantagopal. Dramatic developments taking place in the cash for query case. Today was a day when Mahua Moitra was to appear before the ethics panel to depose and for a cross-examination. But what played out? And let's get you details of what exactly happened. Mahua Moitra, mid-session, mid-hearing with the ethics panel, stormed out, as did a handful of opposition MPs, all claiming that filthy personal questions were asked of Mahua by the ethics panel chairman. There's now a clear divide in the ethics committee itself on political lines. The opposition on one side, the India Alliance all backing Mahua, saying unwarranted, personal, unnecessary questions were asked of her. The other hand, you have BJP MPs who are a part of the ethics committee saying absolutely nothing wrong was asked of Mahua. It's led to a lot of questions about what happens next in this entire saga. But dramatic sequence that we've captured here on our cameras of when Mahua Moitra stormed out of that meeting along with about 5 opposition MPs. Let's play that out for you first. I know a lot of questions are being asked on exactly what happened. We have a member of the ethics panel joining us here just shortly, just in a while from now. But in the meanwhile, take a look at that sequence of an angry Mahua saying they asked filthy questions.
Asking also the filthy questions. All the MPs are here. Where are the tears in my eyes? You're getting up any rubbish. Tears in your eyes. You see my eyes are the tears in it. Then what you talking about? See my eyes are the tears in it. Then what you talking about? See my eyes are the tears in it. Then what you talking about?
चेयरमैन एथिक्स कमेटी अनएथिकल सवाल लगातार पूछे जा रहे थे पिछले 3 घंटे से, और एक तरीके से ऐसे कि जैसे द्रौपदी का चीहरण वहां हो रहा हो। वहां सवाल पूछा जा रहा है कि आपने कितनी बार बात करी टेलीफोन पे, रात में कितने बजे करी, होटल में कौन से में रुकी, किसने, अरे इसके लिए एथिक्स कमेटी है क्या?
लेकिन एथिक्स कमेटी में आज महुआ मोइत्रा ने अपने जवाब दिए, उसके जवाब में जब
नहीं ये हम बर्दाश्त, एक महिला का व्यक्तिगत चीहरण हम नहीं बर्दाश्त कर सकते।
जयंत देहात राय ने आरोप लगाए, उसने ये आरोप लगाए कि बिजनेस राइवलरी में इस तरह के 61 प्रश्न में से 50 प्रश्न ऐसे पूछे गए जो कि दर्शन हीरानंदानी को मदद करते थे। और उसमें एक घटना मैं यार बता दूं, और ये घटना का एथिक्स कमेटी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। आपको ध्यान हो कि डाटा प्रोटेक्शन बिल भारत सरकार ने इंट्रोड्यूस किया, उसमें तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने अपने सांसद के तौर पर सौगत राय को इलेक्ट किया। इस महिला ने इतना दबाव बनाया कि सौगत राय को 2 घंटे के अंदर उस डाटा प्रोटेक्शन कमेटी से, जो कि लोकसभा के द्वारा इलेक्टेड कमेटी थी, उससे इस्तीफा देना पड़ा। अब जो रिपोर्ट आई है और जो मैंने कल से लेकर आज तक अखबारों में पढ़ा है, टेलीविजन में देखा है कि 47 बार वो क्वेश्चन दुबई से पूछे गए, दर्शन हीरानंदानी साहब के ऑफिस से पूछे गए। तो क्या एथिक्स कमेटी इसके बारे में नहीं पूछेगी कि दर्शन हीरानंदानी, और आपने कहा कि दर्शन हीरानंदानी ने नहीं किया, पीए ने किया, आपने खुद स्टेटमेंट दिया है। तो क्या एथिक्स कमेटी को यह पूछने का अधिकार नहीं है कि आपने किससे फोन से बात किया, किससे आपने ड्राफ्ट कराया, फोन नंबर क्या है, कॉल डिटेल क्या है? यह आप पूछने का अधिकार नहीं है। यदि यह पूछा जाएगा तो पर्सनल हो जाएगा। दूसरा सवाल यह था कि आपने खुद ही कहा कि मुझे स्कार्फ दिया, एरमिस का स्कार्फ दिया, और 4 बार या 5 बार बॉबी ब्राउन का जो है मैंने लिपस्टिक जो है मंगवाया होगा। बॉबी ब्राउन यदि आपको दिया नहीं उसने गिफ्ट, आपने उससे मंगवाया, और वो आपका मित्र जो है किसी व्यक्तिगत चीजों के कारण नहीं है, आपकी दोस्त थी। एक पब्लिक सर्वेंट के नाते हुए आपका बचपन का दोस्त नहीं है दर्शन हीरानंदानी। आपको यह समझना चाहिए कि विधायक हो या सांसद हो, उसके आधार पर हुआ। और आपने यदि उसको मंगाया तो एक बॉबी ब्राउन का जो कीमत है, बेस प्राइस यदि है तो 4000 है। यदि चार बार आपने मंगा लिया तो 16000 रुपया तो आपने ले ही लिया। और 5000 से ज्यादा यदि आप गिफ्ट लेते हैं पब्लिक सर्वेंट के नाते तो आपको रिपोर्ट करना पड़ता है। तो आपने रिपोर्ट किया, या कस्टम एक्साइज में जो है वो रिपोर्ट करते हुए आया कि हम जो है बॉबी ब्राउन इसके लिए लेके आ रहे हैं। तो और यदि आप खुद कहेंगी कि मैं एरमिस मंगा रही हूं, मैं बॉबी ब्राउन मंगा रही हूं, मैं लिपस्टिक मंगा रही हूं, यदि उस तरह के क्वेश्चन एथिक्स कमेटी करेगी तो आप कहेंगे कि द्रौपदी का चीरहरण हो गया।
महुआ मोइत्रा के द्वारा उस समय सहयोग करने के बजाय क्रोध से क्रोधित होके कमेटी के ऊपर, कमेटी के चेयरमैन के ऊपर अशब्दों का प्रयोग करते हुए, और साथ ही साथ जो विपक्ष के जो ये लोग थे, दानिश अली, बहुत ही क्रोध में और बहुत ही अनएथिकल बात करते हुए कमेटी पे आरोप लगाने का प्रयास किया। और जो उससे उनके ऊपर कंप्लेन है हीरानंदानी जी का, जो उसके सवाल थे उस सवाल से बचने के लिए उन्होंने इस पूरे विषय को वॉकआउट करने का काम किया।
जितनी भी संवैधानिक समितियां होती हैं उनकी कार्यवाही गोपनीय होती है, तो कार्यवाही में ये समिति में क्या हुआ, क्या बातचीत हुई, उसे बाहर नहीं कहना चाहिए। सबसे पहली बात तो मैं कहूँगी कि उन्होंने जो ये कहा बाहर आकर विपक्षी दलों के सांसद ने और महुआ मैत्रा जी ने, यह बिल्कुल गलत था। हीरानंदानी जी के एफिडेविट पर प्रश्न हुआ तो उन्हें उत्तर देने चाहिए थे, उन्होंने उत्तर नहीं दिया और उसके बाद हंगामा खड़ा हुआ और उसके बाद अपशब्द का प्रयोग किया जो नहीं होना चाहिए था। अनपार्लियामेंट्री लैंग्वेज, असंवैधानिक शब्द जिसे हम कहते हैं, चेयरमैन के विरुद्ध किया और उसके बाद उन्होंने वॉकआउट किया।
Let me take this across now to Aishwarya Paliwal for more details. Aishwarya, with all of this drama playing out now, you've got Mahua saying very clearly that the ethics panel chief was asking filthy questions of her. There's a divide now within the ethics committee, each taking one side, some for Mahua, the others, of course, with the chairman. What happens next? Has the ethics panel chief confirmed or given any hint about whether Mahua is going to be re-summoned? And what about the split in the panel itself?
Well, Akshita, let me tell you one thing. Mahua Moitra will not be asked to answer questions against that. Again, that's something that we are very clear on. Now, what will happen next is that, once again, the panel will meet and they will adopt the report. After they adopt the report, then this report will be sent out to the Lok Sabha Speaker, that is Om Birla. And once Om Birla gets it, then he will have to table it in the next, then he will have to then go ahead and table it. So this is what will happen next. But from what we are understanding at the moment, today what has happened was there were heated arguments. Mahua Moitra came out and said that specific questions, personal questions were being asked. Nishikant Dubey, BJP MP, now making an allegation saying that it was Mahua Moitra who spoke about the gifts that she got. It was she who spoke about everything that has been given to her, and those were the only questions which the ethics committee was in fact asking about. He also went ahead and said whenever you are given a login ID and a password, it actually belongs to the NIC and it is not something which is your personal thing, so you cannot give it out. National security, Akshita, is also something that the ethics panel and the Bharatiya Janata Party specifically has been speaking about. So all these were the questions that were asked of Mahua Moitra. From what we understand, she will not be called again. There will be a report which will be compiled in the next couple of days.
Okay,
Akshita.
Interesting. So there will be no summon issued again to Mahua. It will be now the Lok Sabha Speaker who will decide her fate based on what's happened so far with the ethics committee. Thanks very much, Aishwarya, for getting us those details. Like I said, there are a lot of questions on exactly what happened in this ethics panel hearing that led to Mahua walking out. We've got someone who was part of the ethics panel who was there during the hearing. Mr. Uttam Kumar Reddy, Congress MP from Nalgonda, is joining us on this broadcast. He's a member of the ethics committee. So Uttam Kumar Reddy Garu, thank you for joining us here on India Today. I know you can't divulge so what exactly happened in the ethics committee during that hearing, but just tell us what essentially made you walk out.
Okay, Akshita, like you mentioned, I cannot talk about what happened inside. But we have been, this is the second day of the ethics committee meeting on Mahua's issue. What we have been consistently saying is, one, there is no evidence of any cash transfer. Why are they going on doing a media trial against her? We are not able to understand. Then second is that there is no national security issue which the BJP is going on propagating against her. Third, this NIC portal login issue, there are no clear-cut parliament rules on who's authorized and who's not authorized to put questions on behalf of the MP. In any case, the OTP comes to the MP's phone only.
Yeah.
So whoever is doing it is on behalf of the MP. So several such things we said, and then we found that it's very odd that Nishikant Dubey seems to have information of everything in the committee and reports of the committee, etc. So, then today we found that this consistent, undignified cross-examination of Mahua relentlessly. So all opposition MPs in the ethics committee, along with Mahua Moitra, we all walked out of the ethics committee saying that this is unfair and unethical what you're doing.
We saw that moment, Mr. Reddy, when you, along with several other MPs, accompanied Mahua out of that particular hearing. Do you believe that she was targeted as a woman, that she was targeted because she was a woman in that hearing?
Yeah, definitely. See, you don't ask a lady, why are you going to Dubai? Where are you staying there? With whom? Can you show us your numbers? You are, talking there. There were very many questions which I also felt were persistently being asked.
Okay.
We all of us opposition MPs told the chairman that you stick to what is the subject under inquiry. Why are you going into other things? But he would continue. Then we just said that this is not a part of the proceeding that we can take part of.
I'll give you the flip side to this. The chairman of the ethics panel has said that Mahua has made an excuse, had boycotted it because she didn't want to answer any of the questions. The BJP has said this. There's a woman who's a part of the ethics panel, a BJP MP who's spoken out, who said there's nothing objectionable asked of her.
See, outside of the Parliament Committee, just as an MP, I can say this, that Mahua is being targeted because she has criticized Adani for all the scams that he has done inside and outside Parliament. And there is some kind of case they have brought against her, some kind of an inquiry. Like I said earlier, there is no cash transfer, there is no national security issue, and there is no NIC portal login. At least I cannot as an MP see anything. What is it that she is violating? So we felt she was being targeted, and even the questioning also went on for hours together, and we felt the line of questioning was prejudiced and biased, and felt it was being done in an undignified way. So all of us opposition MPs and Mahua decided to walk out of the ethics committee meeting.
So then, Reddy Garu, what's the way forward now? There's a clear divide within the ethics panel. Many of you in the opposition have come together, said that, what happened with Mahua's uncalled for and you walked out. Then you have all of the other side, the BJP leaders, part of the ethics panel on the other side. So what happens now? Because there's a clear split in the ethics committee.
See, except the BJP MPs, all other party MPs walked out of the meeting today. So it was not some individual, kind of person feeling that the thing was not right. Everybody, all the opposition MP parties, opposition party MPs all felt the same. We felt that they should have stuck to the subject instead of going into personalized kind of undignified questioning.
But isn't this also the subject, sir, to what the BJP has said, that, there are unaccounted for foreign trips to Dubai, and it's based on that Mahua was asked about her visit to Dubai. So it's very much within the ambit of the ethics panel to talk about that. What's your response to that? There are unaccounted trips to Dubai. That's why she was asked about it.
Akshita, how does Nishikant Dubey get a copy of a report much earlier than the committee which met today, and we were told it is confidential and only shared with us today in the committee? How do they have a copy of that report? Okay, that is point one. And point two is they keep talking about national security. What is national security issues? I am myself an ex-defense officer who fought for this country. I don't find any national security issues. So it's, she's being targeted, and we defended her in the meeting.
Okay, we leave it to our viewers to decide whether Mahua has been targeted or whether the line of questioning was fair by the Ethics Committee. Thank you very much, Mr. Uttam Reddy, for joining us here on India Today and giving us a sense of exactly what transpired, what led to a handful of opposition MPs walking out in the dramatic fashion that they did, with Mahua saying that, the questions that were asked of me were absolutely filthy. We're going to continue tracking this and getting you the latest updates. I'm slipping into a very short break. On the other side, I'm getting you a report on what's happening in pole-bound Telangana. There's a massive showdown over the Kaleshwaram irrigation project. Rahul Gandhi also visited one of the areas near this irrigation project to highlight the shoddy construction. Details, a ground report coming your way.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
So you had made made some serious allegations against Ms. Moitra, saying that you have irrefutable evidence against her for taking bribe, and now she's set to appear before the ethics panel. What would you like to say?
I think since the proceedings are underway before the Honorable Ethics Committee, I think at this stage for me to make any comment regarding that would be inappropriate. I think decorum demands that we wait to see what happens. And insofar as I am concerned, I've always stood for the truth. I've stood for what I have said in my affidavit, and that position will not change. So that's all I have to say.
Sir, Mahua Moitra has also said that she would like to cross-examine you further. If called, would you be up for such cross-examination if called by the ethics panel?
See, I've already made this statement. I gave my complaint on affidavit. I appeared under oath before the committee, and the members of the Honorable Committee have cross-examined me. So that has already happened. If beyond that, if there is a requirement felt by the committee or anybody else in terms of procedure established by law that they need to cross-examine me, I'm always available and willing. I'm not running away.
So, Ms. Moitra has also said that you have provided absolutely no evidence to support your claims. What is your response to that?
Look, insofar as the proceedings are concerned and what transpired inside the committee room, I think it would be very inappropriate for anybody to make any comment about what happened in confidential proceedings. Insofar as I am concerned, you know, my affidavit says it all.
Sir, you tweeted yesterday saying that somebody who's been accused of something like corruption is responsible and guilty of something way worse. Would you like to throw more light on that claim? What were you trying to say?
I will. And I think at the appropriate time, I will go to the authorities and I will state what I have to state to the authorities. At this point, I don't wish to make any comment about that.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय जॉय ई-बाइक, co-powered by पारुल यूनिवर्सिटी वडोदरा गुजरात.
Let's get you the latest political updates coming in from poll-bound Telangana, where the BJP and Congress are mounting now a twin attack on KCR over the Kaleshwaram irrigation project. It's a matter of pride for KCR. He's hailed it as one of his biggest accomplishments, and yet it's turned into this big political talking point as Rahul Gandhi, the Congress, has alleged that KCR, in the name of this project, has looted the people of 1 lakh crore. Following that up, Rahul Gandhi today visited the irrigation project as well to highlight the shoddy construction. Let's take a look at what transpired then.
As the battle for Telangana intensifies, a fierce face-off has erupted over the world's largest irrigation project in Telangana. The Kaleshwaram irrigation project, prominent in the BRS campaign as their biggest accomplishment, is also in the Congress and BJP campaign as a corruption-ridden project. And the opposition is going to town with this charge. In the last 24 hours, the Congress led by Rahul Gandhi has slammed the KCR Sarkar over the irrigation project, alleging a whopping 1 lakh crore impropriety. Their Kaleshwaram ATM campaign is now picking up steam as Rahul demanded answers from BRS for letting down the people of Telangana.
कलेश्वरम प्रोजेक्ट को बड़ा कर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए आपकी जेब में से निकाला है. वहां कलेश्वरम प्रोजेक्ट के जो बराज के खंभे हैं एक के बाद एक गिर रहे हैं.
It did not stop there. Rahul today made his way to Kaleshwaram to highlight what the Congress has been alleging of the shoddy construction and pillars sinking. Congress supporters gathered in massive numbers at the dam.
Several women are holding placards showing KCR, Kaleshwaram Corruption Rao, 2, Kaleshwaram TRS Party ATM and several other placards that are written in Telugu. कालेश्वरम के पास जो रहने वाले बोल रहे कि तुमको आपको पानी नहीं मिल रहा है, ऐसा क्यों?
क्योंकि वो हर एक जगह में पानी भरा तो वो फेल ही छोड़ा, कुछ भी नहीं है हमारे एक जगह में, हम क्या करके जिएंगे, कुछ भी तो आस नहीं है ना, तो इस वजह से मजदूरी मेहनत करके जी रहे। जब से ये तेलंगाना है तो हमारा कुछ भी ये नहीं है, एहसास नहीं है।
Rahul Gandhi then visited the Medigada barrage, highlighting the damage caused to the barrage. But the BRS laughed off the visit, claiming Rahul stood at a joint and not a crack.
Kaleshwaram is a pet project of Chief Minister KCR which has solved the problem of irrigation and drinking water of Telangana. It is so unfortunate that a Lok Sabha parliamentarian, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, does not know the difference between the expansion joints and cracks.
But the BRS is firefighting this political crisis as it's not just the Congress but the BJP too that has repeatedly raised the Kaleshwaram corruption charge.
कालेश्वरम भ्रष्टाचार की और नॉन इंजीनियरिंग की कहानी है। तो जहां मुख्यमंत्री खुद इंजीनियर बनते हैं और पूरा भ्रष्टाचारी मकसद है, तो इस टाइप के हादसे होते हैं।
The Kaleshwaram clash is now becoming one of the biggest political flashpoints in the run-up to the Telangana elections. With Abdul Bashir in Kaleshwaram, Bureau Report, India Today.
And in a few weeks, I'll be in Telangana to get you a ground report from Kaleshwaram as we talk about this political face-off. That's all we have time for in this edition of 6 p.m. Prime. Thanks for tuning in.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
अरविंद केजरीवाल आज ईडी के सवालों से भागकर स्पष्ट कर दिए कि वो मास्टरमाइंड है इन सारे घोटालों के। मैं तो हमेशा जब से केस सुना हूँ तब से मैं उम्मीद कर रहा हूँ कि इनको अपने किए की सजा मिलेगी, लेकिन इनके नेता तो घोषणा कर रहे थे। हम तो उम्मीद कर रहे हैं। मेरे से जब भी आपने भी बात की होगी तो मैं बोलता हूँ कि जिस प्रकार से ये लोग मिल करके ट्वीट करते हैं, मिल करके ट्रेनिंग देते हैं जांच एजेंसियों को क्या बोलना है, उसमें पूरा मुझे विश्वास है कि मास्टरमाइंड अरविंद केजरीवाल है और अब इनको जेल जाने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता, ऐसा मैं उम्मीद करता हूं।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने सोची समझी रणनीति के तहत राजनीतिक दुर्भावना की मंशा से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार करने का षड्यंत्र किया है और इसकी स्पष्टता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सांसद मनोज तिवारी जी के नोटिस आने से एक दिन पहले सार्वजनिक तौर पर यह ऐलान करना कि अरविंद केजरीवाल गिरफ्तार होंगे, कोई रोक नहीं सकता अरविंद केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार होने से।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 32 and minimum 19 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 23 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 20 degrees.
Time for me to head for some tea and poha.
Congress has to try hard to win back.
कहाँ दौड़ रहा? That's what I wanted. My black chicken kadaknath.
मेथी के लड्डू
ईडी अपने घर पहुंच गए।
स्वागत है उनका। 150 करोड़ की अघोषित संपत्ति जब्त होती है।
रायपुर आना है तो नुक्कड़ जरूर जाना है। छत्तीसगढ़ी थाली। All of that.
PSC is basically Party Service Commission.
छत्तीसगढ़िया।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-presented by आपका जॉय भारत का जॉय जॉय ई-बाइक. Co-powered by Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat.
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. The big story there, Arvind Kejriwal skips the ED summons. We're going to get you more. These are the headlines. Mahua Moitra storms out of the ethics panel meet. During her cross-examination, committee chief says she abused BJP members during her deposition.
You're making up any rubbish. Tears in your eyes. You see my eyes are the tears in it. Hey, what are you talking about?
Arvind Kejriwal breaks silence on ED summons to him, says he is ready to face arrest, cries BJP conspiracy. Battleground Telangana heads up. Rahul Gandhi takes on KCR in alleged Kaleshwaram irrigation scam. Claims the Telangana chief minister and his family looted 1 lakh crore rupees. An apocalyptic haze engulfs Delhi, NCR regions of Noida and Haryana as pollution levels reach alarming records. Israel ramps up multi-front Gaza offensive. Buildings bombed, Hamas hideouts busted. Hamas retaliates, hits Israel forces with drones. All right, your top story there. What was much anticipated, will Arvind Kejriwal produce himself before the Enforcement Directorate? He was summoned for the first time by the ED as an accused. However, Arvind Kejriwal decided to skip the summons, made it a big political attack and offensive, calling ED notice politically motivated. On the other hand, BJP hit back, firing the cutter corrupt jibe.
Aam Aadmi Party's tallest leader under ED scanner. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was summoned by the ED in Liquorgate probe, but he ducked the summon to attend his Madhya Pradesh poll rally. Kejriwal levelled big allegations against the ED, saying that the probe agency is working hand in glove with the BJP. He claimed that his ED summon was leaked to the BJP netas and that it is nothing but a bid to stop him from poll campaign.
दिल्ली के अंदर रोज खड़े होकर धमकी दे रहे हैं, केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार करेंगे। केजरीवाल के शरीर को तो गिरफ्तार कर लोगे, केजरीवाल की सोच को कैसे गिरफ्तार करोगे?
The BJP fired cutter corrupt jibe at Kejriwal, citing multiple arrests and scam heat on AAP top guns.
ये जो सम्मन है, ये गैर कानूनी है। इसके अंदर अस्पष्टता है। ये राजनीतिक दुर्भाव से, राजनीतिक कारणों से ये सम्मन दिया गया है।
कट्टर
ईमानदार अपने आप को कहते थे, बाद में सिद्ध हुआ कि ये कट्टर बेईमान है, और आज तो ये सिद्ध हुआ है कि जो कट्टर बेईमान है वो कट्टर बेशरम भी है.
The India bloc, however, is split on scam heat on Kejriwal. While RJD backed Kejriwal, Punjab Congress slammed him.
बीजेपी घूम रही है, ईडी नहीं है. मुझको तो उन ऑफिसर्स की चिंता है, वो सोते कैसे होंगे कि थोड़ा सा बाह मरोड़ा नहीं सत्ता ने कि अब तो लौट गए भाई. उनकी चिंता होती है कि कल को जब परिवर्तन होगा सत्ता में कैसे देखेंगे ना.
ये जो आज का उनका ना जाना है, ये चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनका है. इसका बड़ा सिंपल सा आधार है कि आपने ये पहले कहा था कि मंदिर हो, सड़कें हों, गलियां हों, कॉलेज हों, लेडीज, हम वहां शराब नहीं बिकने देंगे. Then all of a sudden you bought a policy.
Former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, AAP MP Sanjay Singh, two of Kejriwal's closest aides, are already behind bars in Delhi's liquor scam. Is the clock ticking for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as well? With Amit Bharadwaj and Shreya Chatterjee in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's quickly cut across to our consulting editor Rajdeep Sardesai, breaking it down. What does it mean politically for Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party to make the move that Arvind Kejriwal has done? He hasn't gone down timidly in terms of suggesting that he needs more time and to ask for more time. He's actually gone on the offensive, Rajdeep, and this could also backfire for him or possibly work for him. How do you see going on the offensive, actually calling it out where the summon is concerned as politically motivated?
Well, Preeti, my sense is that Arvind Kejriwal seems to have decided that attack is the best form of defense. This is a leader who's been pushed to the wall. Close aides of his have been arrested, have been denied bail repeatedly. He knows now that he can't simply wait it out, and therefore seems to have decided almost to challenge the ED, question the ED's credibility, its independence, and hope as a result that he can make this a wider confrontation about the opposition's position versus the government allegedly misusing its powers in using the ED or misusing the ED to target the opposition. So it appears he's purely now playing a political card for now by making, as I said, attack the best form of defense.
Does it tie into the larger narrative, Rajdeep, of the opposition, where the India alliance is concerned? We saw Abhishek Banerjee do it, where he's approached the court, also called the summon politically motivated. We've seen Ashok Gehlot hitting out at the ED after the raids on his son.
Look, this has been going on for a while. Abhishek Banerjee, you mentioned, he's gone to the court and questioned the manner in which the ED has been prosecuting cases against him. I thought it was interesting that the Rajasthan government today arrested 2 enforcement directorate officials. And then you've got Arvind Kejriwal almost rejecting the ED summons. I don't think it's a concerted attempt or some cohesive attempt by the India alliance. I don't think there is that kind of coordination within the India allies. But I think all of them, because they are at the wrong end of the ED's actions, have some reason to make common cause, if not today, then in the future. So I see this now becoming a pattern almost, wherein you will find opposition leaders challenging and almost daring the ED to act against them.
All right, Rajdeep, appreciate you joining us. We're going to continue to come back to you. That's Rajdeep breaking it down. What does it mean in terms of not being on the defensive, but an all-out political offensive launched by Arvind Kejriwal at the back of skipping the summons today? I want to cut across to my colleague Amit Bharadwaj, who's joining us live from Delhi, as Arvind Kejriwal was in Madhya Pradesh today, Amit, hours, or rather an hour after skipping the summon this morning and making a very clear political point where he's called the summons motivated. What now? Because the ED will get back possibly with a fresh summon. Is Arvind Kejriwal and Team Aam Aadmi Party ready now to go to court, possibly like Abhishek Banerjee did?
Absolutely right, Preeti. You know, that's what the line length of Aam Aadmi Party's legal strategy looks like right now. Because remember, as you mentioned, he chose to skip the ED summon and then went to Madhya Pradesh's Singrauli. where he made a very political speech, in open defiance of the ED and also targeting the Bharatiya Janata Party, telling his supporters that, he does not know whether by the time assembly election results would be out, whether he'll be out of the jail or not. So giving all those indications, and he also making a strong statement saying that, you might be able to arrest Arvind Kejriwal, but how will you arrest Kejriwal's ideology, Kejriwal's thought process? So that political speech has been made, and there's a backgrounder to it. Since yesterday, there was a lot of speculation as to whether Mr. Kejriwal will appear before the Enforcement Directorate or not. And while we were discussing this question, it was Arvind Kejriwal's legal team and the political team carving out the strategy that needs to be executed henceforth. If you go by the letter that was shot by Mr. Kejriwal today to the Enforcement Directorate, is actually creating grounds for a legal battle. The kind of arguments that has been given out in that letter, citing that he's not just Chief Minister of Delhi, rather also the national convener of a national party which governs Delhi as well as Punjab. And his party is fighting elections in 5 assembly elections, including Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh. And he's not only needed as a star campaigner, but also as a political strategist for his party, which means a ground has been created for a legal battle, which will follow up now.
All right, Amit, appreciate you joining us with that quick update. We're going to keep all eyes trained on what next, especially from the Enforcement Directorate. Is the ED going to be quick in sending the second summon to Arvind Kejriwal, and how will Team Aam Aadmi Party react to that? At some point of time, they will have to approach the court like Abhishek Banerjee did. Is that going to be the eventual step? We're going to get our viewers the latest on that, but let's cut across to the other big explosive story that is unfolding, where the Ethics Committee was concerned. Mahua Moitra was to depose before it, and high drama took place. TMC MP Mahua Moitra and opposition MPs stormed out of the Lok Sabha Ethics Committee meet, accusing the panel chief of asking personal, unethical, derogatory questions. Mahua was questioned by the Ethics Committee in the cash for query controversy. The TMC MP went all out at the ethics panel, alleging that the panel had put forth a bunch of filthy personal questions which prompted her to leave the meet. As per Mahua Moitra and those from the opposition who were present in the Ethics Committee meet, there was an attempt to tarnish and attack the image of Mahua Moitra. Apart from Mahua, Danish Ali also stormed out of the meeting as the fiery war of words erupted. BJP retorted with its own set of assertions and attacks that Mahua asked 50 questions favoring the businessman, and she's now trying to build a false narrative. Ethics panel chief Vinod Sonkar also publicly hit out at the TMC MP, alleging Mahua's boycott move to avoid questions.
Asking also the filthy questions. All the MPs are wearing tears in my eyes. You're getting up any rubbish. Tears in your eyes. You see my eyes are the tears in it. Then what you talking about? See my eyes are the tears in it. Then what you talking about? See my eyes are the tears in it. Then what you talking about?
चेयरमैन एथिक्स कमेटी अनएथिकल सवाल लगातार पूछे जा रहे थे पिछले 3 घंटे से, और एक तरीके से ऐसे कि जैसे द्रौपदी का चीहरण वहां हो रहा हो। वहां सवाल पूछा जा रहा है कि आपने कितनी बार बात करी टेलीफोन पे, रात में कितने बजे करी, होटल में कौन से में रुकी, किसने, अरे इसके लिए एथिक्स कमेटी है क्या?
लेकिन एथिक्स कमेटी में आज महुआ मोइत्रा ने अपने जवाब दिए, उसके जवाब में जब
नहीं ये हम बर्दाश्त, एक महिला का व्यक्तिगत चीहरण हम नहीं बर्दाश्त कर सकते।
एक तो 61 क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं, उसमें से 50 क्वेश्चन आपके ऊपर आरोप था कि आपने दर्शन हीरानंदानी के बिजनेस को मदद करने के लिए दिया। अब जो रिपोर्ट आई है और जो मैंने कल से लेकर आज तक अखबारों में पढ़ा है, टेलीविजन में देखा है कि 47 बार वो क्वेश्चन दुबई से पूछे गए, दर्शन हीरानंदानी साहब के ऑफिस से पूछे गए। तो क्या एथिक्स कमेटी इसके बारे में नहीं पूछेगी कि दर्शन हीरानंदानी, और आपने कहा कि दर्शन हीरानंदानी ने नहीं किया, पीए ने किया, आपने खुद स्टेटमेंट दिया है। तो क्या एथिक्स कमेटी को यह पूछने का अधिकार नहीं है कि आपने किससे फोन से बात किया, किससे आपने ड्राफ्ट कराया, फोन नंबर क्या है, कॉल डिटेल क्या है? यह आप पूछने का अधिकार नहीं है। यदि यह पूछा जाएगा तो पर्सनल हो जाएगा।
महुआ मोइत्रा के द्वारा उसमें सहयोग करने के बजाय
क्रोध से क्रोधित होके कमेटी के ऊपर, कमेटी के चेयरमैन के ऊपर अशब्दों का प्रयोग करते हुए और साथ ही साथ जो विपक्ष के जो ये लोग थे दानिश अली, बहुत ही क्रोध में और बहुत ही अनएथिकल बात करते हुए कमेटी पे आरोप लगाने का प्रयास किया। और जो उससे उनके ऊपर कंप्लेन है हीरानंदानी जी का, जो उसके सवाल थे उस सवाल से बचने के लिए उन्होंने इस पूरे विषय को वॉकआउट करने का काम किया।
Let's quickly cut across to Aishwarya Paliwal joining us with the latest details of what really transpired. Aishwarya, what are your sources telling you within the Ethics Committee? There clearly is now a deep divide of what the BJP members in the Ethics Committee were and those that come from the opposition. The opposition claims derogatory, filthy questions were asked of a woman MP, woman parliamentarian. However, the BJP members suggest that only routine questions were asked. What are your sources telling you? What went down?
Well, there was a heated argument, let me tell you, Preeti. In fact, the people who were standing outside said that one could very clearly hear that there was also shouting that took place. In fact, it is Danish Ali who said that just like Draupadi was dishonored and disrobed, similar attempt was being made to dishonor Mahua Moitra. On the other side, we have the BJP MP Nishikant Dubey, who is now saying that there were no personal questions, only things that Mahua has been speaking about the fact that she's got gifts, only questions regarding the gifts that she has received were being asked. So obviously there's a deep divide from what we are also understanding, Preeti. All the members from the opposition, in fact, also walked out. However, the ethics panel is now saying that they will compile a report. This report, Preeti, will then be sent to the Lok Speakers, that is Om Birla. His office will be given the report, and then further further steps will be taken. But yes, as far as Mahua Moitra, if we speak about her, one of the things that the ethics panel is saying is that you cannot give your ID and password as an MP to someone who's sitting not in your country, but someone who's sitting outside. So this was the moot question that was being asked. That question, Mahua Moitra has given certain answers to, but from what we are understanding, the ethics committee was not, was not very happy with the answers that she gave out. Danish Ali obviously coming out and saying that they were asking disrespectful questions.
All right, Aishwarya, appreciate you joining us. With that, it's a wrap on Mission 2024, but we're going to carry the conversation further. To the point, the show lined up right next because lots going on where the India Alliance is concerned. Is the India Alliance in trouble? The architect of the alliance, or one of the architects of the alliance, Nitish Kumar, has now made his displeasure with the possible fulcrum of the alliance, the Congress, very clear. But he's not the first alliance partner to do so. All of that coming up next. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Get ready for an immersive journey into the heart of news, politics and insights that matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections. Do scan the QR code.
Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Follow these steps. Open WhatsApp on your phone. Check for a new updates tab. Select Find Channel and type India Today. After finding the channel, tap the Follow button.
अरविंद केजरीवाल आज ईडी के सवालों से भागकर स्पष्ट कर दिए कि वो मास्टरमाइंड है इन सारे घोटालों के। मैं तो हमेशा जब से केस सुना हूं तब से मैं उम्मीद कर रहा हूं कि इनको अपने किए की सजा मिलेगी, लेकिन इनके नेता तो घोषणा कर रहे थे। हम तो उम्मीद कर रहे हैं। मेरे से जब भी आपने भी बात की होगी तो मैं बोलता हूं कि जिस प्रकार से ये लोग मिल करके ट्वीट करते हैं, मिल करके ट्रेनिंग देते हैं जांच एजेंसियों को क्या बोलना है, उसमें पूरा मुझे विश्वास है कि मास्टरमाइंड अरविंद केजरीवाल है और अब इनको जेल जाने से कोई रोक नहीं सकता, ऐसा मैं उम्मीद करता हूं।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने सोची समझी रणनीति के तहत राजनीतिक दुर्भावना की मंशा से अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को गिरफ्तार करने का षड्यंत्र किया है और इसकी स्पष्टता भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सांसद मनोज तिवारी जी के नोटिस आने से एक दिन पहले सार्वजनिक तौर पर यह ऐलान करना कि अरविंद केजरीवाल गिरफ्तार होंगे, कोई रोक नहीं सकता अरविंद केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार होने से।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
तो इसलिए जरूरत है इस बात की, और इसलिए हम लोगों ने सभी दलों के साथ जो बातचीत की, हम लोगों ने भी, और कहा कि जरा एकजुट होइए, और जो देश के इतिहास को बदल रहे हैं उसको बचाइए, और इनसे मुक्ति पाना है तो इसलिए सब एकजुट होकर के लड़िए। तो इसके लिए पटना में भी मीटिंग हुई, अन्य जगहों पर भी मीटिंग हुई, और उसके बाद ये तय हो गया कि भाई एक INDIA, इंडियन नेशनल डेवलपमेंटल इंक्लूसिव अलायंस का गठन किया गया, इसका नामकरण किया गया है। अब ये तो हो ही गया, अब तेजी से हो, लेकिन अभी तो काम ज्यादा नहीं हो रहा। अभी 5 जगह विधानसभा का चुनाव है, तो ये कांग्रेस पार्टी तो उसी में ज्यादा इंटरेस्टेड है। तो अभी तो जिसको हम लोग कांग्रेस पार्टी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग सब एकजुट होकर काम कर रहे थे, लेकिन अभी उनको कोई इस सब चीज की चिंता है नहीं। अभी तो लगे हुए हैं 5 राज्य के चुनाव में, इसलिए 5 राज्य का चुनाव होगा, उसके बाद अपने सबको बुलावेंगे। आजकल कभी कोई चर्चा नहीं हो रही। तो चलिए, अब जो कुछ भी होता है, हम तो देश को एकजुट करने के लिए और देश के इतिहास को ये लोग बदलना चाहते हैं, उसको ठीक करने के लिए, और इनसे जो आज हैं शासन में उनसे मुक्ति के लिए कर रहे हैं, तो आगे भी हम लोग करेंगे। अभी 5 जगह का विधानसभा का चुनाव हो रहा, अब उसके बाद ही फिर बैठ करके जो कुछ भी होगा।
केंद्र सरकार अपनी सत्ता के नशे में इस तरीके से चूर है, इतना घमंड हो गया है उनको कि वो हर एक छोटे राजनीतिक दल को कुचलना चाहते हैं, मसलना चाहते हैं। आम आदमी पार्टी एक बढ़ती हुई राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, और पार्टी को कुचलने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार हर कोशिश कर रही है।
क्या ये सच बात नहीं है कि होलसेल प्राइवेट को दिया गया आपके संज्ञान और साजिश से, और इसकी एवज में बड़ा पैसा घूस के रूप में आप लोगों ने लिया? क्या ये सच बात नहीं है कि फेस टाइम कॉल पर बात कराई गई विजय नायर की समीर महिंद्रू के साथ, ये कहते हुए कि ही इज माय बॉय, ख्याल रखना इसका। आज इन सारी चीजों पर जवाब देने के बदले आम आदमी पार्टी फिर से वही कर रही है, कभी जस्टिफिकेशन फॉर करप्शन और कभी किस प्रकार से विक्टिमहुड कार्ड खेलना है, यही इनका चरित्र बन चुका है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com. हर फैमिली होगी इंश्योर्ड।
Chinks in the India alliance armor. Trust deficit, self-serving, slow-moving. An alliance announced with fanfare, sputtering before takeoff. The fulcrum of the alliance, Congress, not living up to alliance dharma. Nitish Kumar, the key architect of the alliance, disenchanted with the Congress.
तो कांग्रेस पार्टी को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हम लोग सब एकजुट होकर काम कर रहे थे, लेकिन अभी उनको कोई इस सब चीज की चिंता है नहीं। अभी तो लगे हुए हैं 5 राज्य के चुनाव में, इसलिए 5 राज्य का चुनाव होगा, उसके बाद अपने सबको बुलावेंगे। आजकल कभी कोई चर्चा नहीं हो रही।
Cynicism echoed earlier by Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party.
समाजवादी पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश की 80 लोकसभा सीटों में से 65 पे चुनाव लड़ेगी और 15 सीटें अपने गठबंधन के दूसरे दलों को देने का काम करेगी। समाजवादी पार्टी उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को अकेले हराने में सक्षम है।
Omar Abdullah of the NC, vocal about his own alliance's fault lines.
इंडिया अलायंस की थोड़ी हालत पतली है, थोड़े अंदरूनी झगड़े जो हैं वो देखने को मिल रहे हैं जो शायद नहीं होने चाहिए। समाजवादी पार्टी और कांग्रेस के दरमियान एक लड़ाई सामने आई और दोनों कहने लगे कि हम यूपी में तमाम सीटों पर लड़ेंगे। ये इंडिया अलायंस के लिए अच्छी बात नहीं है।
Not accommodated in state elections, Samajwadi Party unilaterally decides on seat sharing in Uttar Pradesh in Lok Sabha elections 2024. Samajwadi Party has decided to fight on 65 seats and leaving 15 for the alliance. Congress neck deep in state elections, accused of soft peddling alliance talks. Partners impatient as Congress ignores alliance dharma. India in distress or teething trouble. Top focus on To The Point this evening. Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. So the moot question this evening is, of what we are witnessing, clearly disenchantment amongst the India alliance partners, and primarily all of it guided towards what had to be the fulcrum of the India alliance, the Congress party. Is it just teething trouble, or is there's chinks in the India armor and will lead to more trouble, especially because there will not be much time left after the 5 state elections which are ensuing and will finish by the 3rd of December. Let's take it to our panelists this evening. Joining me is Ghanshyam Tiwari, Samajwadi Party spokesperson. He's going to be with us in just about a minute. Dr. Anshul Avijit, National Spokesperson, Congress. Dr. Guru Prakash Paswan, National Spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party. Rajiv Ranjan, Spokesperson, JDU. It's interesting because this debate is really not so much as the BJP versus India, but India versus the Bharatiya Janata Party. And that prompts me to ask the first question to Dr. Anshul Avijit. Dr. Anshul Avijit, let me, instead of posing a question, just quote from your own alliance partners. Omar Abdullah 2 days ago, India alliance की हालत बड़ी पतली है, अंदरूनी जो हालात हैं वो ठीक नहीं है. To what, or someone who has been the architect of your alliance, clearly mocking the alliance and saying, and not just the alliance, mocking your party, the Congress, saying हम सब ने एक इकट्ठा होकर, एकजुट होकर कांग्रेस को आगे बढ़ाया, पर अब कांग्रेस के पास वक्त नहीं है, 5 चुनाव के बाद देखेंगे जो होगा. To the Samajwadi Party, Anshula Vijit, where even without consulting you at the back of what's gone down in the state of Madhya Pradesh, has decided that they're going to fight on 65 seats. They've given out 15 for the alliance partner. That includes not just you, but others as well.
Preeti, like any other alliance, this alliance is also a work in progress. It develops, it's organic. Let me just tell you that the alliance is a stable one. It is a strong one. It is a resilient one. People love to write political obituaries. If there are differences between alliance partners, and why can't they be? They will be overcome. If there are challenges, they will be met. And what are the things that have been said? Even what Mr. Nitish Kumar said. This alliance was formulated at the national level. There have been 3 meetings. There's been 1 meeting in Mumbai, which was the latest one, in which an action plan was evolved. Before that, there has been an interregnum of sorts in which 5 state elections have come. That action plan will be implemented after these state elections will be over.
And you're actually, Anshula Vijit, all talks right now, as per the admission of your own alliance partners, are off till the verdict comes in on these 5 states, which is the 3rd of December. So you're actually telling us that an alliance is only going to be formulated in terms of, the flesh, blood and the sinew of the alliance will only be formulated in terms of seat sharing and how to go ahead post-December. You have an election in 3 months from then.
No. I am not saying that at all. I am saying talks are always underway. There is never a break.
But Anshula Vijit, you are saying that, but your alliance partners are saying there are no talks.
Sorry?
But your alliance partners are saying there are no talks.
No, there are always
underway. You put everything in the cold box till the 5-state election.
Let me just explain, Preeti. The 5 state elections in which Congress is in a pole position, I think it's about to win all of them. That is imminent. And because of that reason, it will strengthen the alliance itself. Okay. Because of that, because Congress is fighting those elections, because all the Congress leadership, all the functionaries have just returned from a hectic tour of Chhattisgarh, all are involved in this elections. And why not? Of course, they will be. Okay. These are critical elections of the state. But that does not mean you're forsaking the national agenda for the state elections at all. They are parallel.
But I'm quite sure Mr. Rajiv Ranjan and Ghanshyam Tiwari don't quite concur, because what you're suggesting is it will strengthen the alliance. Many would turn around and say, no, sir, it's self-serving. It might strengthen you and your position within the alliance. Therefore, you're waiting. But I'll come right back, Anshula Vijit. Let me bring
Nobody grudges one other party over the other. We don't grudge any other party if it strengthens itself, because that collectively strengthens the alliance itself. That's what it's meant to be, Preeti.
All right. Okay, I'll come right back to you. Let me just quickly bring in Guru Prakash Paswan, who's also joining us from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Dr. Paswan, the Congress can turn around, and so can the other alliance partners, and say at least there is democracy of being outright and forthright and criticizing our own alliance. That kind of privilege is not even accorded to half the alliance partners that you have, and those are very tiny and small.
Preeti, you have put up a very interesting question in your debate, in your introductory remarks, when you said that this might hurt the alliance dharma. So the status of dharma to any coalition was first given by Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, who ran a coalition, a successful coalition of more than 22 political parties, the first ever experiment in the democratic history of India. It was NDA. It had allies such as Farooq Abdullah ji, to DMK, to Mamta Didi, and so on and so forth. So to run an alliance, you have to respect your allies. But Congress, we need to understand, is structurally an arrogant, an elite and a feudal institution. It's a feudal political party. First you had Mr. Akhilesh Yadav, who is a leader of some resonance in Uttar Pradesh, being insulted by the Congress party. Former Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, son of Mulayam Singh Yadav, a very resounding OBC leader from Uttar Pradesh, he is insulted by the Congress party. Now only yesterday we saw Nitish Kumar, a very strong leader, being insulted by the Congress party. So you have to understand that the Congress leadership is not at all accommodative in any sense. They cannot tolerate dissent. They cannot have conversation. Mr. Nitish Kumar, who has been hailed as the architect of the India Alliance, is not being paid heed to. He has to come out in the public and say, address the grievances. So the Congress party is not ready to have a conversation with these allies because Congress party inherently is a feudal organization. It is based on an elite order. And the insult of these OBC community, especially in Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, is not going to go down well with the OBC segment living in these states. So you have to have discussion, you have to have conversation, you have to respect dissent. But nothing of that sort is happening in the Congress party. On the other hand, when you speak of NDA, NDA today is a successful coalition. NDA was not conceived today. NDA has been in operation for more than 25 years. On the contrary, India Alliance is a set of disparate political organizations whose only agenda is pursuit of power. By any means, there is no नीति, आपकी नीति क्या है किसी को नहीं पता है. There is no नेता, आपका नेता कौन है किसी को नहीं पता है. There is no सीटों का बंटवारा, कौन कहां कितने सीटों पे लड़ेगा किसी को नहीं पता है. There is absolutely a clarity of thought, a clarity of idea, a clarity of vision. So we have to understand, there is absolutely nothing of consequence in the India Alliance. So today, if Mr. Nitish Kumar, who is a tall leader of the OBC community, he is saying something, the Congress party must pay heed to. But unfortunately, they will not, because Congress party has a history of ignoring such allies. We all remember Sitaram Kesri, a OBC leader, a Congress president, was insulted in the Congress party. So Congress party historically has reflected no respect for the OBCs and the marginalized, and this is just another game of the Congress party.
All right, but Dr. Prakash, I'm going to come right back. Let me introduce our other guest, because you talk about the Vajpayee era of the NDA and you're bang on, but that template has been broken and remolded by the new era of the NDA, which is far, far very different than what was set by Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Dr. Paswan, and I would reckon you'd know that much better than I would. Just to take a quick, sharp view of who your alliance partners are now and in what capacity and what they were there. But that could very well be the brutality of the numbers that you have in Parliament. I just want to bring in the other guests quickly. Let's cut across right now to Rajiv Ranjanji, spokesperson JDU, and then we'll go to Ghanshyam Tiwari, who's having a bit of a problem with his audio. Can we please correct that? Rajiv Ranjanji, कटाक्ष तो साफ थी रंजन जी, जो कांग्रेस की तरफ थी, जो नीतीश कुमार जी ने बोला कि एकजुट कर कांग्रेस को इकट्ठा किया, बनाया, आगे बढ़ाया, पर अब कांग्रेस को कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है बातचीत का, 5 चुनाव के बाद देखेंगे.
देखिए, सबसे पहले अभी अंशुल अभिजीत ने भी काफी हद तक इंडिया अलायंस को लेकर अपनी बातें रखी हैं. मैं पहले गुरु प्रकाश जी ने कुछ जो बातें कही उस पर मैं अपनी बात रखना चाहूंगा. उन्होंने अटल जी के उस दौर का जिक्र किया जिसमें हिंदुस्तान की एक खूबसूरत जो विरासत है इंडिया की पॉलिटिक्स की, उसकी चर्चा उन्होंने की. लेकिन जो नरेंद्र मोदी जी के दौर तक आते आते इंडिया अलायंस का हश्र क्या हुआ, ये देश को पता है. जो 4 संस्थापक सदस्य थे इंडिया के, शिरोमणि अकाली दल, शिवसेना, जनता दल यूनाइटेड, भारतीय जनता पार्टी, आज में से 4 में केवल भारतीय जनता पार्टी अकेली पार्टी बची हुई. बड़ी पार्टियों की बात अगर करें तो AIADMK के जाने के बाद इनके पास, और मैं दोहराऊंगा इसलिए नहीं कि आपने खुद भी आपने ये कहा है कि ये एनडीए अलायंस जो उस दौर का था, आज वो तस्वीर नहीं है. इसके उलट देखिए, ये मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि मोम के पुतलों का अलायंस नहीं है. इंडिया अलायंस ऐसी पार्टियों का अलायंस है जिसके कई राज्यों में उनकी सरकारें हैं और कई राज्यों में वो प्रमुख विपक्षी दल है.
पर रंजन साहब, अलायंस का फायदा क्या अगर दिसंबर तक आपका अलायंस का जो मेन मुद्दा है वही सॉर्ट आउट नहीं होगा? 3 महीने में तो चुनाव है सर, क्या फायदा उस अलायंस का?
मैं वही कहना चाहता हूँ, इसके 2 हिस्से. ये सवाल अक्सर पूछा जाता है, इनका नेता कौन है, इनका काम क्यों नहीं आगे बढ़ा. लेकिन इससे अलग हट करके अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी से पूछा जाए कि इनकी कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी क्या बन गई, क्या इनका कोई कन्वेनर बना, इन्होंने कोई मिनिमम जो न्यूनतम सहमति के कार्यक्रम है, कॉमन मिनिमम प्रोग्राम कोई बनाया, तो इसका जवाब इनके पास नहीं होगा. लेकिन ये सवाल उलट करके हम लोगों के पास इसलिए आया कि ये स्वाभाविक है, नीतीश कुमार जी ने ये बातें, नीतीश कुमार जी के बयान के एक हिस्से पर तो सबकी दृष्टि है, लेकिन जो उन्होंने एक बड़ी बात कही कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस देश के इतिहास को बदलना चाहती है। विरासत और परंपराओं से अगर कोई पार्टी छेड़छाड़ कर रही तो 5000 वर्षों के हिंदुस्तान के साथ खिलवाड़ करने की इजाजत किसी को नहीं दी जा सकती है। आज देश का जनमानस उनके खिलाफ
जी, और
नीतीश कुमार जी इस अलायंस के एक तरह से सूत्रधार हैं। उन्होंने पूरे देश की यात्रा की, अलग अलग दलों के नेताओं से बातचीत
जी।
अब उन्हें ऐसा लगता है कि ये समय काफी कम है और इसमें जो लीड पार्टनर की भूमिका में कांग्रेस है तो उसकी प्रायोरिटीज 5 राज्यों के चुनाव हो सकते हैं, लेकिन बड़ी पार्टी के पास एक बड़ा लीडरशिप है।
तो चलिए, आप कह रहे हैं डेमोक्रेसी है और उनको कटाक्ष करने का पूरा हक है, एक सूत्रधार रहे हैं, पर जो आपने भाजपा के लिए कहा, देखिए 20 सेकंड में कंक्लूड करिए। घनश्याम तिवारी जी ने अभी तक कुछ नहीं बोला है, जल्दी कंक्लूड करिए।
केवल इतना कहना चाहता हूं, नीतीश कुमार जी ने ये कहा है कि देश की उम्मीदें इंडिया के साथ जुड़ी हैं, कांग्रेस को अपनी जवाबदेही का निर्वहन करना चाहिए और इंडिया की बैठकें शुरू हो, देश में रैलियां शुरू हो, कार्यक्रम आगे बढ़े और हमें विश्वास है इंडिया के साथ 140 करोड़ लोग हैं, इसलिए जीत हमारी हो।
चलिए, तो बातचीत तो शुरू हो। डॉक्टर अभिजीत, completely contradictory to what you said. You had Mr. Ranjan saying that there are no talks. At least start the talks. Ghanshyam Tiwari, I'll come down to you and I'll go back to Dr. Paswan and Dr. Abhijit Anshul. But Ghanshyam Tiwari, so has the Samajwadi Party now inked the deal for 2024 and handed over their seat distribution, because clearly the Congress is not interested? 65 to 15?
Good evening, Preeti, to you, my fellow co-panelists and the viewers. 3 things are important. One is that, as my friend Guru spoke about NDA alliance, NDA is not even a benchmark of alliance. Look at the important national topics in debate today. Electoral bonds. Does NDA have any voice? Snoopgate. Does NDA have any voice? The India alliance together has been united on every important issue that faces the nation. So NDA is not a benchmark.
But Ghanshyam Tiwari, what NDA has is brute majority. So we can split hairs till the kingdom come, but what NDA has is brute majority, which you all are collectively hoping to aspire.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to hear. Maybe there's some problem with the audio.
Okay, Ghanshyam Tiwari, make your statement, then we'll cut across to the other guests. Go ahead, sir. Finish what you have to say. Can we correct? Okay, we're going to come back to Ghanshyam Tiwari. He's having an audio problem. Can we please correct Ghanshyam Tiwari's audio problem? Dr. Paswan, you wanted to make a point. Do come in, then we'll cut across to Dr. Abhijit Anshul.
No, Preeti, I have a problem with a word that you have used for 3 times, saying brute majority. I think NDA has today more than 300, almost 350 member of parliament, and the brute, the dictionary meaning of the word brute is a savagely violent man or animal. So when you or other press persons say that NDA is having a brute majority, it is the faith of the people of India. The people of India, they have voted and supported the NDA. I would not call it a brute majority, but the Ashirwad of the people of India. And that is a majority that we call. Giving it adjectives and giving it a color is not advisable, my humble opinion. Second, the sort of language, the sort of vocabulary which has been ongoing between Akhilesh Yadav and Congress party, words like chirkot, I think it's a perversion of political discourse in our country. आपने मुझे चिरकुट बोला, आप मुझे बड़ा नेता नहीं समझते हैं, तो इंडिया अलायंस में ये जो चल रहा है ये राजनीतिक विमर्श के लिए ठीक नहीं है. इट शोज दैट द पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स हैज कम टू सच अ लो लेवल. I think these people must come together. And Mr. Akhilesh Yadav in Bhadohi only, he observed, I think 2 days ago, कि Congress does not have the support of the backward classes. Congress के पास पिछड़ी जातियों का समर्थन नहीं है. So there is a lot of consensus building exercise that the Congress must do. And when you say that NDA alliance has come together, वो दूसरा दौर था, आज दूसरा दौर है, I think the people of India can decide that. Then we had majority. Today we have 350 plus member of parliaments. We are in government in more than 14-15 states. So I think let the people of India decide what kind of majority we have. What the India Alliance people do, and I was listening to a political commentator only yesterday, they come together, वो साथ में आते हैं, चाय नाश्ता करते हैं और चले जाते हैं. कुछ भी कॉन्क्रीट, कुछ भी कॉन्सिक्वेंशियल निकल के नहीं आता है. जब लीडरशिप पे बात नहीं होगी, पॉलिसी पे बात नहीं होगी, विजन डॉक्यूमेंट पे बात नहीं होगी, कंसेंसस नहीं बनेगा, तो ये तो भारत की जनता देखती है. I think we need clarity on those issues. As far as NDA is concerned, 2014, 2019, we have a track record. Politics of performance has now become a permanent vocabulary in Indian politics. We have a leader. We have a track record. We have the performance. आपके पास क्या है, ये प्रश्न तो खड़ा होता है. मुझे लगता है इस पे राजीव रंजन जी और इंडिया अलायंस के बाकी साथियों को जवाब देने की आवश्यकता है.
All right, Dr. Paswan, you talk about political vocabulary, you talk about political analyst. Brute majority is a word which is very often used, not in a negative connotation, sir, but in a connotation of absolute majority where you talk politics. Just my humble submission. You gave yours, I'm giving you mine. Let me also cut across to Dr. Avijit Anshul, who's also joining us. Dr. Anshul, the fact is you have two of your alliance partners who have now turned around and say, yes, you need to focus on those 5 elections, but start the talks. December is going to be too late.
Well, first of all, Preeti, I mean, the word that you use, brute majority, I mean, I think you used an absolutely apt word.
But and what Dr. Anshul, it's not about brute majority. It's about what you aspire to get, which is brute majority, which you will not get as per your own alliance partners if you don't assist them. Go ahead,
but
sir.
Also the other attributes of this word, which my friend Guru alluded to, seem to be absolutely correct as well. So all in all, excellent use of words. But let me get to the point. Let me give you an example of UPA 1, an exemplar, a model of an alliance that actually worked. The NDA, which Guru talked about, was peddling India shining for 5 years, and that got completely rejected by the electorate. And then you had a government which was an alliance, a Gathbandhan, in which you had far-reaching socio-economic programs. You had a robust growth rate to the extent that it got re-elected again, right? So these are the examples that do exist within the opposition where they have worked. So, to completely writing obituaries, to exaggerate statements, to keep saying that, well, what is happening? Somebody has said this, things will be said. As I said, these are works in progress. There are meetings. What does the BJP know
Dr.
about
Anshul
consensus
Avijit, you have the Samajwadi Party, you have the NC on record, you have the JDU on record saying that you're making no progress. All you're interested in is self-servience, especially in the eye of the 5 elections. 20 seconds, sir. We'll cut across to Ghanshyam Tiwari.
Sometimes things are said. It does not be. Things were said even in the UPA 1, right? It was a hugely successful alliance. Despite alliance partners breaking away on a number of issues, it did not matter because we served the people and we gave a healthy economic growth rate. These guys have thrown the economy under the bus. Look at the berozgari, look at the mehengai, look at what is happening.
But Dr. Anshul Avijit, small difference between the UPA and the India Alliance. The UPA was in power, and at that point of time, once again, to pun on the word, you had brute majority. You don't right now, which I want to quickly cut across to.
We had 206 seats when we came back. Before that, we even had less.
But you're in a different space, sir. Many would say, get up and smell the coffee. Okay, now, Ghanshyam Tiwari, I want to, if you can hear me better, Mr. Tiwari, I want to once again come back. The Congress still soft peddling on talks, soft peddling on what is the meat of this alliance, which is seat sharing 2024. You seem to have inked the deal already.
Well, 3 quick things, Preeti. One, you spoke about brute majority. BJP is used to Brutus majority, where they find a Brutus in Shiv Sena, they found a Brutus in Madhya Pradesh, in the Congress party, and created a majority. That aside, NDA is not a benchmark of any alliance. Even since the India alliance has been formed, it is the NDA that has lost a major ally, which is AIADMK. And the alliance partners in NDA, you cannot name them. Nobody knows. The people do not know. On national agenda, such as electoral bonds, Snoop Gate, we don't hear a single voice from the alliance partners. So NDA is not an alliance. It is a mukhota. It is a jumla. As far as the India alliance is concerned, it is fair to criticize the alliance on the basis of the various commentary that has come from Nitish Kumar ji or Akhilesh Yadav ji, SP versus Congress. It's a fair criticism, and I think that Congress party, as a major stakeholder in this alliance, has to reflect on that why the alliance is seen fighting within itself in Madhya Pradesh. Why is there no progress after multiple steps that have been taken? Yes, that nation is awaiting the results of these 5 state elections, and Congress is a serious
Food for thought, Dr. Anshul Avijit. Please hear in your own alliance partners, very vocal on this show as well. Dr. Paswan, I want to bring you in. Sorry?
I would say that is the strength of the alliance, for people
All
can
right,
say
okay.
things and
We
it
don't
brings
know
the
that
alliance
yet.
together.
Okay, we don't know that yet. Dr. Paswan, please respond to Ghanshyam Tiwari, who says that the NDA is farcical. It is the BJP where your alliance partners, even though they are very small and minuscule, don't have a voice.
No, I think when my friend Anshul spoke of UPA 1, and we all very well remember the allocation of portfolio scandal that happened, कि किसको कौन सा portfolio देना है ये फोन पे तय हो गया था, तो UPA 1 के अलायंस धर्म की सुंदरता तो पूरे देश ने देखी थी, आपकी अलायंस की विशेषता क्या थी वो पूरे देश को पता है, तो यूपीए के अलायंस दौर में हम ना जाएं तो अच्छा रहेगा. And as far as you also commented upon the status of economy, India is today the 5th largest economy, $3.5 trillion economy. So the people of India will decide that. जहां तक घनश्याम जी की बात है, हम उनको बता देना चाहते हैं that there is a difference of opinion. Anupriya Patel spoke on caste census. There are different political parties having different opinions on caste census. So there is absolutely preposterous to suggest or to comment that there is no dissent in NDA. NDA today is an alliance of more than 26 political parties. Historically, in the Indian political lexicon, the term coalition dharma was introduced by NDA. And Mr. Nitish Kumar, I think Mr. Nitish Kumar is an example of the NDA alliance. Nitish Kumar's political existence he owes to the NDA. It was because of NDA that he became the Chief Minister of Bihar. So I think Mr. Nitish Kumar or his party has no locus standi or moral authority to speak on the alliance dharma. It was because of NDA, it was because of the grace and the blessings of late Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji that he became the Chief Minister of Bihar. So I think as far as NDA is concerned, our alliance, our leadership, our policy is very specific, very focused. There is absolutely no clarity in the NDA alliance.
Alright, Rajiv Ranjan ji, 20 seconds sir, show close करना है. क्या advice दे जाएंगे डॉक्टर अंशुल अभिजीत जी को?
देखिए, अंशुल अभिजीत जी को मैं कुछ नहीं कहना चाहूंगा. अंशुल अभिजीत जी जिस पार्टी को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं, वो भावनाओं को समझ सके, ये अलायंस के इंटरेस्ट में ज्यादा बेहतर होगा. लेकिन मैं एक बात जरूर कहूंगा, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नीतीश कुमार जी को खड़ा नहीं किया है. वो बिहार आंदोलन के गर्भ से उपजे हैं. लोकनायक जयप्रकाश नारायण के आंदोलन से उनका जन्म हुआ है और नीतीश कुमार जी की वजह से आपकी सरकार बनी. और जब नीतीश कुमार जी नहीं रहे तो आप करारी शिकस्त के शिकार. तो नीतीश कुमार जी बिहार की राजनीति के एक ऐसे चेहरे हैं जिनके इर्द गिर्द अलायंसेस पिछले 2 दशक से
में क्या हुआ था जरा देख लीजिएगा.
अच्छा चलिए, शो का वक्त खत्म हो रहा है. घनश्याम तिवारी जी, apologies, your audio line wasn't fixed, so we couldn't be barely got you, but we leave it at that. But trust us, there are going to be so many debates on this one, especially as elections 2024 close in right now. Great sense of disenchantment from the alliance partners of the India alliance for what is to be the alliance leader, the Congress. Just not interested is what the charge is. A quick break. Stay with us. Up next, Rahul Kanwal.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Rajnandgaon is 71 kilometers away from the state capital of Raipur. This election, it's a hot seat. Rajnandgaon is the bastion of 3-time Chief Minister Dr. Raman Singh of BJP. He has been the MLA from this area since 2003. Rajnandgaon votes in the first phase of Chhattisgarh Assembly election on 7th of November. Dr. Raman Singh adopted Surugi village in Rajnandgaon when he was the Chief Minister. Barely 12 kilometers from Rajnandgaon, Surugi today suffers and complains of neglect. Water, health and roads are the main concerns of the villagers. Many believe that they have been victims of neglect caught in the duel between Dr. Raman Singh and current Congress Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel.
ने डॉक्टर रमन साहब के ग्राम को धोने के कारण भूपेश बघेल सुर्गी को विकास की दृष्टि से नहीं देखा है।
राजनीति लड़ाई का है, भाजपा और कांग्रेस राजनीति करके इस रोड का पूरा पब्लिक को ही अपना परेशानी में डाल दी है।
While BJP wants to ride on the sentiment of political rivalry as the cause, Congress points out a pre-existing deficit of development when Dr. Raman Singh ruled as Chief Minister in its defence. Surugi waits for another election for its wheel of fortune to turn towards development, and they are determined to vote for their village, this time rising above poll antics of political parties.
On a day like this in Delhi, it brings back memories of growing up in Los Angeles, where the air was the most polluted air anywhere in America. Where, like today, we were given warnings by our teachers, you cannot go outside and play, just as my daughter was given by her teachers today as I dropped her off at school.
जिनको नॉर्मल लंग्स हैं उनके लिए भी खतरनाक है, तो जिनका ऑलरेडी फेफड़ों में कोई बीमारी है उनके लिए तो और भी ज्यादा खतरनाक है। इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी उनके लंग्स और फेफड़े पूरी तरह से काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, डिजीज्ड हैं, क्षतिग्रस्त हैं। तो जो ऑक्सीजनेशन की प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, जो बाहर का प्रदूषण अंदर इनहेल करके जो अंदर सांस में जाता है, उसका असर वहां ज्यादा होगा और उतना ही लंग्स का रिजर्व कैपेसिटी और कम होगा।
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest. Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
पिछले 10 साल तेलंगाना की जनता को परे कर दिया गया है और एक परिवार, चीफ मिनिस्टर कह लो, राजा कह लो, एक राजा और उसका परिवार तेलंगाना पर राज कर रहा है। सारे के सारे डिपार्टमेंट, पैसे वाले डिपार्टमेंट उनके परिवार के पास, चाहे वो शराब हो, रेत हो, जमीन हो, जहां भी जनता से पैसा लिया जा सकता है, वो सारे के सारे डिपार्टमेंट्स केसीआर के परिवार के पास या उनके पास। टीआरएस, बीजेपी और एमआईएम एक साथ काम कर रहे हैं। पार्लियामेंट हाउस में, लोकसभा में बीआरएस ने बीजेपी का पूरा समर्थन किया। किसान बिल लाने में, जीएसटी, नोटबंदी, बीआरएस और आपके चीफ मिनिस्टर ने बीजेपी को पूरा का पूरा मदद किया। कलेश्वरम प्रोजेक्ट को बड़ा बढ़ाकर 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए आपकी जेब में से निकाला है। वहां कलेश्वरम प्रोजेक्ट के जो बराज के खंभे हैं, एक के बाद एक गिर रहे हैं। 1 लाख करोड़ रुपया चोरी किया और प्रोजेक्ट को भी ठीक से नहीं किया।
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 32 and minimum 19 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 36 and minimum 25 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 33 and minimum 23 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 20 degrees. Chennai, maximum 31 and minimum 26 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 31 and minimum 20 degrees.
Time for me to head for some tea and poha.
Congress has to try hard to win back.
That's what I wanted, my black chicken kadakna.
मेथी का लड्डू
ईडी अपने घर पहुंच गए।
स्वागत है उनका। 150 करोड़ की अघोषित संपत्ति जब्त होती है।
रायपुर आना है तो नुक्कड़ जरूर जाना है। छत्तीसगढ़ी थाली।
PSC is basically Party Service Commission.
छत्तीसगढ़िया।
You are watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies.
Co-presented by Century Laminates by Manish Malhotra, fashion for your furniture.
Co-presented by Macho Hind, बड़े आराम से.
Co-powered by PolicyBazaar.com, हर family होगी insured. Co-powered by the bold look of Kohler.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. On a day when Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal skipped summons by the Enforcement Directorate, I asked the question, is the AAP likely to disintegrate as a result of concerted action by investigative agencies, or will Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party actually emerge stronger by winning public sympathy? That's my top focus on the news track.
Liquorgate dangle gets bigger.
पार्टी को कुचलने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार हर कोशिश कर रही है।
This is shamelessness. Running away from the agencies who are probing the truth is shamelessness.
Kejriwal skips summons, but dares ED to arrest him.
केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार करेंगे। केजरीवाल के शरीर को तो गिरफ्तार कर लोगे, केजरीवाल की सोच को कैसे गिरफ्तार करोगे?
Will ED action hurt AAP, or will sympathy factor work? What next for AAP and Kejriwal? Big focus on News Track.
Before I dive into our show, let's get started. Here's a look at the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Mahua Moitra storms out of the ethics panel meet during her cross-examination in the cash for queries case. Committee chief says the TMC MP was being uncooperative and abused BJP members during her deposition.
Cleaning up any rubbish. Tears in your eyes. You see nice and the tears in it. Then what are you talking about?
National Capital Region turns into a gas chamber. Anand Vihar in Delhi records the year's highest AQI at 740. Noida was India's most polluted city today. It's the big Kaleshwaram clash in Telangana. Rahul Gandhi accuses Chief Minister KCR of being involved in the irrigation scam. KTR calls Rahul India's Pappu. Hamas releases new video of drone attack on the IDF. Israel hits back buildings and Hamas hideouts are bombed in Gaza. Sri Lanka clueless against Indian pace battery at the Wankhede, lose 7 wickets for 22 runs in their chase of a mammoth 358. Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, was to appear before the Enforcement Directorate for questioning in the liquor policy scam today. Instead, the Delhi CM flew down to Singrauli in Madhya Pradesh, where he campaigned for the Aam Aadmi Party and dared the Narendra Modi government to arrest him. Kejriwal is the third major AAP Neta after Manish Sisodia and Sanjay Singh, who's under the scanner in the Liquorgate scheme. The question, though, is will the central agency's action help or hurt the Aam Aadmi Party?
Aam Aadmi Party's tallest leader under ED scanner. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal was summoned by the ED in Liquorgate probe, but he ducked the summon to attend his Madhya Pradesh poll rally. Kejriwal levelled big allegations against the ED, saying that the probe agency is working hand in glove with the BJP. He claimed that his ED summon was leaked to the BJP netas and that it is nothing but a bid to stop him from poll campaign.
दिल्ली के अंदर रोज खड़े होकर धमकी दे रहे हैं केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार करेंगे, केजरीवाल को गिरफ्तार करेंगे। केजरीवाल के शरीर को तो गिरफ्तार कर लोगे, केजरीवाल की सोच को कैसे गिरफ्तार करोगे?
The BJP fired cutter corrupt jibe at Kejriwal, citing multiple arrests and scam heat on AAP top guns.
ये जो सम्मन है, ये गैर कानूनी है। इसके अंदर अस्पष्टता है। ये राजनीतिक दुर्भाव से, राजनीतिक कारणों से ये सम्मन दिया गया है।
कट्टर ईमानदार अपने आप को कहते थे, बाद में सिद्ध हुआ कि ये कट्टर बेईमान है, और आज तो ये सिद्ध हुआ है कि जो कट्टर बेईमान है वो कट्टर बेशरम भी है।
The India bloc, however, is split on scam heat on Kejriwal. While RJD backed Kejriwal, Punjab Congress slammed him.
बीजेपी घूम रही है, ईडी नहीं है। मुझको तो उन ऑफिसर्स की चिंता है, वो सोते कैसे होंगे कि थोड़ा सा बाह मरोड़ा नहीं सत्ता ने कि अब तो लौट गए भाई। उनकी चिंता होती है कि कल को जब परिवर्तन होगा सत्ता में कैसे देखेंगे ना।
ये जो आज का उनका ना जाना है, ये चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनका है। इसका बड़ा सिंपल सा आधार है कि आपने ये पहले कहा था कि मंदिर हो, सड़कें हों, गलियां हों, कॉलेज हों, लेडीज, हम वहां शराब नहीं बिकने देंगे। Then all of a sudden you bought a policy.
Former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, AAP MP Sanjay Singh, two of Kejriwal's closest aides, are already behind bars in Delhi's liquor scam. Is the clock ticking for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal as well? With Amit Bharadwaj and Shreya Chatterjee in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
So will the Aam Aadmi Party disintegrate because of the incessant pressure being applied by India's investigative agencies, or could AAP actually bounce back stronger by being able to garner public sympathy? To talk about this, I'm joined on the news track by Gaurav Bhatia, national spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Squaring off against him will be Jasmine Shah of the Aam Aadmi Party, and Ashutosh, who's been in the Aam Aadmi Party and is also a leading political analyst. Gaurav Bhatia, I want to come to you first. The history of Indian politics suggests that every single time any leader has been targeted by investigating agencies, more often than not, he is able to garner public sympathy, that the voters typically tend to think that a leader is being targeted because the government of the day didn't like him, and it's benefited many leaders and parties in the past. Does the BJP run the risk in this concerted action by investigative agencies of actually turning Kejriwal into some kind of a martyr and helping him get public sympathy? Let's start from there with Gaurav Bhatia.
Rahul, first of all, let us understand that when Narendra Modi ji was elected as the Prime Minister of the country, every citizen had a lot of expectations from him, and they felt here is an honest man who will clean up the system. And the policy and the mantra of this government has been zero tolerance for corruption, eradicating corruption from the country. Now, whether if action is taken against an alleged corrupt leader will result into political gains or not can be a subject matter of another debate. But I will tell you, the Bharatiya Janata Party believes that people of India want honest politicians who are dedicated to the cause of the common man rather than indulging in deeds of corruption. So that brings me to the first point. My first point would be, Rahul, we all remember how Arvind Kejriwal entered Indian politics on the plank of eradicating corruption. मैं corruption को खत्म कर दूंगा. Today, should the same standard not be applied to Arvind Kejriwal, who had said that even if there are charges of corruption, a person should resign from his post? So I think Arvind Kejriwal, now is the time to resign from the post of the Chief Minister, because it was under your influence only, under your diktat, that this liquor policy was implemented. Second, is Arvind Kejriwal above the law of the country? When the Supreme Court, in its judgment rejecting bail of Manish Sisodia, has clearly stated that prima facie there are serious charges against the former Deputy CM who was called Kattar Imandar but turned out to be Kattar Baiman, then why should Arvind Kejriwal not be questioned?
Okay, so you've set the ground for the debate. I'll come back to you, Gaurav Bhatia, in just a moment for more. I want to go across to Jasmine Shah and get the first comments from him. The question that's being asked by the BJP, by the Congress and others is Arvind Kejriwal above the law? When the Enforcement Directorate summoned him, why did he not just come and present himself to the ED, answer the questions of the ED? And if he is indeed a Kattar Imandar, then there would have been nothing to worry about. The fact that he chose to skip the ED summons, as Navjot Singh Sidhu puts it, suggests that chor ki dadi mein tinka, that he's running away for the investigative agencies. Jasmine Shah.
Rahul, I'll answer your question in just a moment. I want to start by posing a question to Gaurav Bhatia. And for your viewers, this is something very interesting, because 9 years back when Prime Minister Modi became Prime Minister, he promised that he'll eradicate corruption. Now it's been 9 years that he's been a Prime Minister. He's been one of the most powerful Prime Ministers the country has seen. Let's ask the question that so far, how many corruption scams the investigation has been concluded, people have been convicted and put behind bars? You tell us. In 9 years, how many corruption scams have you unearthed? And trial shuru hone se kuch nahi hota hai. These are all political trials. You have to conclude, a court has to hold guilty and you have to imprison people. Number two, coming to Aam Aadmi Party, in the last 8 years or 9 years that we have been ruling in Delhi, Rahul, 170 cases have been filed against Aam Aadmi Party leaders. So we have also been, analyzed and scrutinized from every single way. Not one of these cases has resulted in a conviction. Even in this fake liquor scam that BJP has been alleging for 2 years, for the last 2 years, 1,000 raids have taken place, 500 witnesses have been summoned. Not a single rupee of recovery, not a single rupee evidence of single rupee being, there with any Aam Aadmi Party leader, be it Manish Sisodia or anybody else. Therefore, now coming to the question of why did Mr. Kejriwal not respond to the ED summons today? See, we appreciate that CBI and ED are investigative agencies of the country. In fact, Mr. Kejriwal was summoned by CBI in April and he appeared and there was 9 hours of questioning. But that doesn't mean that they do not operate by law. Any investigative agency has to function within the bounds of law. There has to be checks and balances. Mr. Kejriwal asked a simple question, that there is a very serious interpretation of political influence in this summons. Why? Because the day Mr. Sisodia, so far the ED was quiet, but the day Mr. Sisodia's bail order was declined by the Supreme Court, in a few hours, all the top-notch BJP leaders started saying, "Ab inko ED ka summons aayega aur ED arrest karegi." What happens? In a few hours, ED summons actually arrives. Okay. Even today, when Mr. Kejriwal responded to ED did not give any statement. It is the BJP that did a press conference and said, these are the questions that ED will ask. So the question is ED today really a neutral agency? We have no problems with investigation by the ED. We will appear. But today, the manner in which this was done, it was completely cooked up as a political move.
Okay, so
and
before I
second,
go to Ashutosh, let's get Gaurav Bhatia to very quickly answer that BJP seems to be setting the agenda for the ED. BJP says Kejriwal will be summoned and arrested by the ED, and later Kejriwal gets summons. It's almost as if you are telling the ED what to do. Respond to that, and then I go to Ashutosh.
Rahul, you got your fact wrong there. It's not we who are telling the ED to do a particular task. It is Arvind Kejriwal who thinks he is above the law of the country, even above the investigating agency ED, that in his letter today, he has clearly ordered the ED to recall the summon, unheard of. Now, going by what Mr. Jasmine is saying, a very simple question that all residents are asking. Say this is the case of political vendetta, and just for the sake of argument, if a political party is dictating what needs to be done to an investigating agency, there is a ground for quashing of the entire case, CBI and ED. It is in the Bhajanlal case, the Supreme Court has said political vendetta is a valid ground for quashing of the entire case. This FIR, Rahul, was registered on 17th of August 2022. That means they were around 14 months. Mr. Kejriwal, Manish Sisodiya, Sanjay Singh, Vijay Nair, all members of the Arajak Aparadh Party Papi-Aap could have moved the Supreme Court or the High Court to get all the charges quashed. Why is Arvind Kejriwal not going to the court? That is the question that needs to be answered.
Okay,
and second,
so we come to that.
These political parties, 14 of them, moved the Supreme Court and they allege the very same, allegations that are being repeated here. The Honorable Supreme Court dismissed the petition. So let's speak on facts. Thank you.
I want to go across to Ashutosh now. You've been in the Aam Aadmi Party for a while. Now you're on the outside. You understand the inner dynamics. In the hypothetical situation, Ashutosh, if Arvind Kejriwal were to be arrested, will the Aam Aadmi Party be able to hold together? Or do you fear that if the Delhi CM gets arrested, no matter who gets appointed to replace him, whether it's a Saurabh Bhardwaj or an Atishi or someone else, that a large number of MLAs might start moving away from the party? What's your sense? Will the AAP survive this?
Rahul, it's a very difficult question to answer for the simple reason because Aam Aadmi Party first time will be facing a crisis like this where their topmost leader and the Chief Minister of Delhi is going to be arrested. And I'm dead sure that he will be arrested, whether it is he's going to be arrested in the next summoning or the next summoning. That's a political decision which will be taken later. But the point of the fact is because Aam Aadmi Party, unlike RJD and AIDMK, because in those parties, the Chief Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav was arrested and Jayalalitha was arrested. Those parties could survive the onslaught of the investigating agencies because they had a longish political legacy as well as, not legacy, but as well as an institutional memory. Unfortunately, Aam Aadmi Party do not have that kind of a luxury and do not have that kind of privileges. Aam Aadmi Party has never faced a situation like this in the past for the simple reason because it's a new party. It is led by people who had very little experience in politics. So how the party will react in the absence of Arvind Kejriwal, that has to be said. And that will set the benchmark for its maturity. Because what I see, the two leaders which could have really mattered in the absence of Arvind Kejriwal, one, Manish Sisodiya and Sanjay Singh, because both of them had a larger acceptability within the party hierarchy and also outside the party, outside supporters who work on the cadre on the ground. Except these three, I don't see anybody who has that kind of acceptability within the party and outside the party. So in the absence of all three, the party has to really see maturity, has to show maturity, and party also have to understand that whosoever is going to be to replace Arvind Kejriwal as Chief Minister of Delhi, rest has to come together and help him or her. Otherwise,
no. So one second, you are giving us very generic answers, Ashutosh. You've been the ultimate insider. I must press you to give a specific answer. Of the lot of leaders who would be available if the Delhi CM were to be arrested, who do you think is likely to be the best CM? And will that person be able to hold the AAP together, or will it disintegrate? Respond to the question as best as you see it, Ashutosh.
No, there is no question of disintegration. AAP will not disintegrate. Those who are imagining that AAP will disintegrate, that will not happen. But who will replace Arvind Kejriwal? It's only Arvind Kejriwal who knows it. Or if he has hinted somebody else, I do not know. In my opinion, I think three best suited person could be, if I put my neck out. One is Atishi Marlena. Second could be Gopal Rai. And third, maybe Saurabh Bhardwaj or somebody else. Gopal Rai is for the simple reason because he's politically an astute person. He has a good, he has a longest experience in politics. He knows how to manage politics and how to interact and how to interact. Atishi for the simple reason because she has been given the maximum department, the responsibility of the maximum department, as Arvind Kejriwal has shown trust in Manish Sisodiya. So as a minister, I think she's a very efficient minister. But the chief minister post is not only managing the department and the ministry, but also managing the politics vis-a-vis a hostile lieutenant governor and the hostile opposition party in the assembly. In that sense, I do not know, but anybody who will become the chief minister will have.
Jasmine Shah, is this something that you're already wargaming? Who may come in if the Delhi CM is arrested? Ashutosh's sense is, as is the sense of a lot of people who are tracking the story, that at some point in time, as a political decision, there is a possibility that the Delhi CM could be arrested. Are you fearful that some of your MLAs may leave, that the party will then be under definite pressure? Jasmine Shah?
Not at all, Rahul. I am least worried for AAP. What I am worried today is about the nation, because this is not about AAP. Ever since the India coalition, India alliance has been formed, you will see the numbers of ED and CBI writs solely targeted at opposition leaders, unless and until they get into the washing machine scheme of BJP and come to BJP, has only been happening on opposition leaders. And it's been increasing every month on month. So today it is Arvind Kejriwal. Tomorrow Tejasvi Yadav is going to be jailed. We know that Mamata Banerjee is also under the target. Mr. Gehlot is under the target. Stalin is under the target. And if the entire opposition is going to be under jail, tell me what is the difference between what we see today in India and emergency years, or what happens in a dictatorship that we always hear about? That is the real question that the people of the nation today should ask. And let's talk about data. Gaurav Bhatia said many things, but let him answer the question, respond to this question, that why is it that in the last 9 years of Modi government, 95% of CBI and ED cases are happening only against opposition leader? Has never happened in the history of India. Big corrupt people, people whom Modi has said that 70,000 crore ka scam kiya, people like Ajit Pawar, the moment they joined BJP are made the finance minister of their government. Chhagan Bhujbal, talk about Himanta Biswa Sharma. None of these people are even summoned. And today they have the gall of saying that hum corruption nikalne.
But this is an important point that Jasmine Shah makes, Gaurav Bhatia, that the likes of Ajit Pawar, against whom the Maharashtra CM at that time, Devendra Fadnavis and others in your party were, including the Prime Minister, were attacking so aggressively, alleging that they were involved in a 70,000 crore rupee irrigation scam. The moment they join you, then suddenly their Doodh Ka Dhula and all those crimes are forgotten. It's not even done in a subtle way. It's done so overtly that it's visible as day. What happened to any investigation against the likes of Ajit Pawar, who the Prime Minister and many in the BJP called corrupt number one?
Rahul, is that question to me?
No, it's for Gaurav Bhatia.
I'm so glad that the nation is watching that certain... Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I reply? Yes, thank you. Rahul, I'm so delighted that the nation is watching. It is not relevant right now in the debate that the AAP spokesperson cannot even say that Arvind Kejriwal is Kattar Imandar. That means he is admitting he is Kattar Baiman. Two, I raised a question. Why is he not moving the Supreme Court and the High Court to get all the charges quashed and even the summon quashed? Did you get a reply? No, you did not. Third, the GOM that was constituted, which decided that there would be an expert committee to evolve a new liquor policy was headed by Arvind Kejriwal, the chief minister. It is also on record that he said to one of the accused person that Vijay Nair mera ladka hai. He is also an accused. So is he not culpable also? Third, the PA to the chief minister destroyed 4 handsets. Manish Sisodiya destroyed 2 mobile phones. That is also part of the order.
No, but you're not answering the question about why all the action is against those who are opposed to your government, and once they join your coalition, then no action is taken against them, including the likes of Ajit Pawar, who you called India's most corrupt politician.
Yes, I will answer. Rahul, I thought that these questions that I am raising are very, very relevant, but I think to you they might not be relevant. So I think I have made my point. Now I'll come to your question to answer. So their defense, could it be that because others are corrupt, that therefore we are corrupt? No, it can't be. But I will show you what has changed in the ED and CBI, especially the ED. Now from 2005 to 2014, the number of raids that were conducted were 112. Now they are 3,010.
No answer for Ajit Pawar.
And the property that was seized from 2005 to 2014 was 5,346 crore. Now it has gone to 1,04,000 crore. What does it show? An honest government that has given a free hand to the ED to take action. Second, 14 parties went to the Supreme Court. Their petition was dismissed. Third, Sukhpal Khera, you remember? A Congress MLA who was arrested by the Punjab police, and they said, no, it is not political vendetta. Action should be taken. But when same action is taken against corrupt Aam Aadmi Party leaders, they say political vendetta.
Okay, but you aren't answering the question about Ajit Pawar and why no action is being taken against him. But I've asked you that question twice. You aren't answering that question.
I will answer.
Yes, because I also want to go across to Yashwant Deshmukh, who's now joining us. So come to Ajit Pawar. Come to the likes of Hemanta Biswa Sarma and everybody else who, when they're in opposition, are very strongly corrupt, and when they join you, are suddenly all doodh ka dhula.
So again, you are factually wrong, Rahul. Hemant Biswa Sarma ji himself had given the details over X, and he told us that he is a witness in the case. Witness. That means the court has taken cognizance and he is not an accused person. 2. You remember Mukul Roy? Mukul Roy jumped the ship from TMC to BJP. He joined the BJP but was still interrogated and charge sheet by the CBI while he was in the BJP. Now he has gone back to the TMC. Is he corrupt now or washing machine mein dhul gaya? Third, Suvendu Adhikari. He has also been charge sheeted by the CBI.
But you aren't coming to Ajit Pawar. You don't respond to Ajit Pawar.
So
Mukul Roy is now back in the TMC.
Also. Why not? I have given you 3 examples. I will. I gave you 3. You took Hemant's name. I gave you a reply. Suvendu Adhikari, Mukul Roy. Now I will come to Ajit Pawar. In the case that was mentioned, you listened to the Prime Minister's speech. He said there is corruption, action will be taken. He never named the leader. And it is for the investigating agency to ultimately take action and file a charge sheet. In that case, also the investigating agency is doing its job. If anybody is aggrieved by that, they can move the court. Why don't they move the court rather than raising the issue on your program and on TV debates?
Okay, I want to go across now to Yashwant Deshmukh. Yashwant Deshmukh, looked at from a data analytics perspective, in the hypothetical situation, if the Delhi CM ends up in jail like Manish Sisodia, Sanjay Singh and many others in the Aam Aadmi Party, will that lead to an erosion in the vote bank of the AAP, which isn't an ideologically committed vote bank? It's not like there's Hindutva which unites the voters. It comes together largely on class aspirations. Or do you think the Chief Minister actually gets public sympathy and it reinforces the AAP's message and statement? What's your reading? Yashwant Deshmukh.
Well, Rahul, I will only talk about the few data points and the conventional wisdom of political reaction that I have seen in last few decades at large. As far as Delhi numbers are concerned, Arvind Kejriwal's name has been consistently there in the top 5 chief ministers of Delhi all along in all our MOTN surveys. So largely speaking, Delhi voters per se have been showing high rating of Arvind Kejriwal. Now, corruption charges or his probability of being arrested, will that make a dent or not? That is something which we'll have to, conduct fresh surveys in the tracker.
No. Don't dodge and duck my question. Of course, you'll conduct a fresh survey. Answer as best as you can from what you know at the moment about whether a possible arrest creates sympathy or does it erode vote bank? What's your best sense?
My conventional understanding of politics says that a political arrest largely results in a sympathy. You know, why I am saying so, that people who have been arrested or even convicted, Rahul, for that matter, Ashutosh named a couple of leaders, Jayalalitha, Lalu Yadav, their numbers largely have not only remained intact, they have kind of gone up. So sometimes, or largely most of the times, I have seen the leaders who have evaded or they have feared the arrest, their numbers have gone down largely. But otherwise, these arrests or these interrogations, if you have a committed vote base, it kind of creates more or less a sympathy wave. Now, the question is whether Aam Aadmi Party has a committed vote base or not. That is the largely question, that is to be asked. We will know how it reacts. But even the new party, idea of a new party, which I can compare up to, is AGP in.
Can I present a counter perspective, Ashutosh, to suggest that while conventional theory has been that you gain sympathy if there is political action against you by investigative agencies, and in many cases we've seen that. However, now we're in the attention economy where, because of social media, so much information overload, if you're out of sight, you're out of mind, which essentially suggests that, like let's say a Manish Sisodia is in jail or a Sanjay Singh is in jail, for a while it seems like a very emergent issue, and then later people forget because they get on to the next thing that's on Twitter or Facebook or on Instagram and aren't keeping that particular leader in mind. So unlike earlier when there was lesser information competition, now because of information competition, unless you're out there and seen, you may be forgotten. Is that something that concerns you?
Rahul, two things. First of all, I do not see that sympathy will add or delete anything for Aam Aadmi Party. I think it's going to be the status quo for two simple reasons. One, because the Supreme Court verdict on the bail of Manish Sisodia is very, very important, and that's why the ED has moved against Arvind Kejriwal, because everybody thought that this case is a frivolous case and Manish Sisodia will get bail. So there was a moral edge which Aam Aadmi Party had. You remember how the Supreme Court has said, where is the evidence? And just one approver will not suffice for everything else. But Supreme Court very categorically denied, and not only denied, but ensured also, I'm using the word ensured, that Manish Sisodia will remain in jail at least for another 3 to 4 years, 3 to 4 months. Still in this country, Supreme Court holds a lot of respect in the eyes of the people. Once the Supreme Court has denied bail in Manish Sisodia case, that's the most dangerous part for the Aam Aadmi Party, because it will be difficult for the Aam Aadmi Party to make people believe that this is a frivolous case and a false case.
Let Jasmine Shah respond to the point that you're making, that the AAP was hoping hard that Manish Sisodia will get bail. In fact, the AAP was convinced that Sisodia was going to get bail. But because the Supreme Court has said in the bail order that the money trail of 338 crore rupees has been tentatively established, therefore, it now makes the public case much harder for AAP, because people, as Ashutosh says, still largely believe in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has tentatively found a money trail to be established. That really means bad news, because people will look at it, they won't see vendetta, they'll say, okay, the Supreme Court seems to have validated what the ED did.
Actually, no, Rahul. The Supreme Court's order is in the favor of AAP in some way, and I'll tell you why before I come to the bail order, the final decision itself. What were the ED's main arguments? ED's main arguments were twofold. One, Manish Sisodia took 2.2 crore from some person, and which directly went to Manish Sisodia. When that matter came up, and in the judgment at page number 21, it is very clearly written that as far as this 2.2 crore matter is concerned, it is not even a part of the CBI charge sheet, which means it's not even a predicate offense. Therefore, PMLA doesn't even come into the picture. Number two, what ED said is that some 100 crore has gone to Aam Aadmi Party for Goa elections. Even on that matter, at page 22, the Supreme Court order says this seems to be a matter of debate. So on the two primary charges that ED said ki len den hua hai, actually the court has observed in paper that nothing, there's not a shred of evidence on that. The limited point the court made is a sum of 338 crores, which has been as a commission or commission to all the wholesale distributors, not one or two parties. All the distributors that were part of the policy received a certain profit margin, and that is what the court has said is that this seems to be a problem. It has not used, if you carefully read the words of the Supreme Court order, it has not said that this is a money trail or this amount has transferred. So yes, but we disagree with the final decision that even this amount was used where there is absolutely no connection of Mr. Manish Sisodia with even a single rupee of whatever profits were made. Why should he still be under arrest? So we will challenge the order. But if you read the order, it is very clear that it actually is in the favor of AAP, that for the last 2 years, after 1,000 raids, after 500 witnesses summoned, many of them slapped and intimidated, not a shred of recovery has been made, not a single rupee has been connected with any AAP Party
and that was ultimately, Gaurav Bhatia, as you know well, the problem with the 2G case as well. In court, it all seemed very dramatic. During the investigation, it seemed there was evidence, but you couldn't establish a money trail going back to A. Raja Kanimodi. And in this case, no money trail so far found going back to Sisodia, which is what may mean that the end judgment in the case might be different from what's appeared in the bail order.
Rahul, a seasoned anchor like you citing an example of 2G, and I'm sure that now you would recall 122 licenses cancelled by the Supreme Court, and that judgment was final, never overturned. So that itself shows the corruption of the UPA. And now let me tell you that even in this judgment that we are talking about, which has been rendered by the Supreme Court, bail was not granted, one. And I had 2-3 findings which are very important for the viewers because the AAP spokesperson is misleading them. The first is para 21, page 30. And the Supreme Court holds, and I'm quoting now, however, there is one clear charge in the complaint filed under the PMLA, which is free from perceptible legal challenge, and the facts as alleged are tentatively supported by material and evidence. 1. 2. The excess amount of 7% commission fee earned by the wholesale distributors of rupees 338 crores constitute an offence as defined under section 7. And in the end, they note, this amount was earned by the wholesale distributors in a short span of 10 months. This figure cannot be disputed or challenged. Third very important finding. Thus, the new policy was meant to give windfall gains to select few wholesale distributors who in turn had agreed to give kickbacks and bribes. Now coming to the point that you were making, whether corruption will be an issue or not. I will tell you, corruption has been a major issue when people feel there is an honest alternative. 2014, UPA 2. Why was it booted out? Because of corruption. 2013, Sheila Dikshit. It was Arvind Kejriwal who had raised the issue of corruption, booted out. 2017, Samajwadi Party, booted out of Uttar Pradesh because of corruption charges. And last but not the least, 2012, BSP, Mayawati booted out because of the scams that were committed during the regime. So corruption will always be an issue.
So we've heard from the BJP, we've heard from the Aam Aadmi Party, we've heard from Ashutosh and from data expert Yashwant Deshmukh. I want Jasmine Shah and Gaurav Bhatia to stay with me because I want to pivot now to the issue of pollution, because the biggest problem being faced in North India at this moment, and particularly in the National Capital Region, is that of this airpocalypse. It's that time of the year. National Capital turned into a massive gas chamber again. Delhi recorded its worst ever air quality. Anand Vihar registering an AQI of 740, other areas in the capital in very poor air quality category. Satellite images shown by NASA show a massive shroud of smoke over Delhi. Noida was the most polluted city in the country, recording an AQI of 795. And the worst part is that the air quality could get a lot worse, with farm fires increasing in Punjab and Delhi. The Delhi government has put construction activities on hold for the moment, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Jasmine Shah, for the last several weeks, the government has been claiming in Delhi that farm fires in Punjab are down, that things are getting better. Those claims now out of the chimney. It's as bad. Look at those NASA images now on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like it's a cloud cover, but it's not a cloud cover. This is hazardous air, and we are choking on your watch both in Punjab and in Delhi. Jasmine.
Rahul, first let me state 3 irrefutable facts, because we are having a pollution debate and we should talk about facts and scientific facts first. Fact number 1, only 30% of the pollution that we face in Delhi is coming from sources within Delhi. The remaining 70% is coming from outside, which is UP, Haryana, and during the stubble season, even Punjab. We don't say this, the Center for Science and Environment says that. Number 2, as far as the actions on pollutions is concerned, today it is only the Chief Minister of Delhi who is even talking about pollution. Not just today, for the last 8 or 9 years, actions that Delhi has taken, UP or Haryana don't bother to take any of these actions. And I'll tell you in 30 seconds what are some of these actions. But the question is, if this is a regional problem, then why is it that the UP Chief Minister is not answerable? The Haryana Chief Minister is not answerable. Why is the Prime Minister of India not answerable in the entire Indo-Gangetic plain?
This is a map from earlier today. No, sir. No, sir. Just put it full frame. The map of Delhi, the map of North India, which has the farm fires in Punjab. Now, if the Congress were running Punjab or Akalis were running Punjab, it would be a different matter. Look at that. Just run it full frame so that Jasmine Shah can see it, our viewers can see it. The maximum concentration of farm fires is in Punjab.
I don't have a screen in front of me.
No, that's fine. Just believe what I'm saying. Our viewers can see it. You know, Uttar Pradesh.
No, I agree with you. Rahul, I'm not disputing that.
There's a massive concentration of farm fires all across Punjab at this moment, and it's happening on your watch, Jasmine Shah.
Absolutely, Rahul. There is no disputing the fact that farm fires in Punjab is still a problem. If you look at the actions over the last 3 years, year on year, there has been a decline. Has it been satisfactory? Possibly not. Lot more needs to be done. Lot more is being done. But let's also not trivialize this entire air pollution problem as a single state problem. My point is, if the entire people of North India are facing this problem, where is the Prime Minister of India? What is his action plan on pollution? And I'll say, give me 30 seconds, because the steps Delhi has taken in the last 8 years, no other state in North India has taken. Number 1, Delhi has shut down all its thermal power plants. Has any action like this been taken by Haryana or UP? No, coal power plants are still running. Public transport, number of buses that Delhi has increased over the last 7 years is 50%. From 5,000, we are today at 7,500. 80% of these buses are going to be electric in the next 2 years. Delhi has the most progressive electric vehicle policy. 17% of our new vehicles are electric vehicles. Such a policy doesn't even exist in Haryana and UP. So there are numerous such actions that we are taking. But if 70% of Delhi's pollution is going to be outside, then the question should be, what is Haryana and UP doing and what is Punjab doing? I'm telling you, on Punjab's behalf, year on year, there has been a decline.
Okay,
we are optimistic
Gaurav
this year
Bhatia, Jasmine Shah argues,
humse
jitna banta hai hum kar rahe, whatever aap can do in Delhi, in Punjab, it's doing. It's because the central government and your state governments aren't taking this problem seriously that it's not being addressed. Gaurav Bhatia.
Okay, so I think he's lying. And his facts are also not right. Let me share the real facts with you. First of all, you remember when there was a AAP government in Delhi, and there still is, in Punjab, it was the Congress government. Arvind Kejriwal conducted a press conference, blamed the Punjab government, and he said it is because of the inefficiency of the Punjab government that the Delhi state is facing this problem. Now, when they have governments in both states, they've started blaming other states. But the facts are these. Do you know, Gopal Rai today made a statement, Rahul, and he said that it is the central government to be blamed. what are you doing as the minister concerned? When Supreme Court is issuing notice even to Delhi and Punjab, and they are saying that the number of stubble burning cases have increased by 33%. And of last year also, I had done a press conference, I'll share the data. The central government assistance to Punjab was the highest at 1347 crore. They could not utilize the fund. Haryana was given 693 crore. The number of cases of stubble burning came down in Haryana, but they went up in Punjab. Second, the machines that were provided to the Punjab government, they went missing. 12,000 machines vanished and they could not even use those. Third, it must be told to the AAP government, it is due to the inefficiency. They are busy swindling the money that is of the people rather than focusing on the issues that concern them.
What I'm going to do
is why this failure of the Punjab government and
Rahul, quick response.
No, one second. We'll find tomorrow or in the coming days a full discussion, detailed, elaborate discussion on pollution in Punjab.
One quick response.
Sir, India has also won the match. So Nikhil Naz is standing by. Okay, Jasmine Shah, 20 seconds, wrap up because India has just won a match. I want to spend some time on that big victory because we've just entered the semi-finals. Yes,
I just want to bust all the falsehoods Gaurav Bhatia is saying. He has no idea about the reality. I'll just state one number. Until 29th of October, there were 5,254 active fire incidents in Punjab. Last year, as on 29th of October, these were 12,112. So as on 29th of October, there has been a reduction of 57%. Gaurav, please don't. Please don't speak over me. Let's have a civil debate.
It is the highest the Supreme Court has issued
year on year there has been a 57% decrease. These are official data. So let's not mislead people. Let's not say
speaking over each other.
Political bayan dene hain. Let's speak facts. Let's speak numbers.
So I promise our viewers, it's our commitment. We'll do a full show on pollution very, very soon. We're going to do a full show on pollution because the situation is getting from bad to worse. For the moment, Jasmine Shah and Gaurav Bhatia, thank you for joining me. It's time just for a moment to reflect and celebrate that India is now in the semi-final of the World Cup, demolishing Sri Lanka in Mumbai. The Lankan Tigers bundled out for just 55 runs, quite similar to what happened in the Asia Cup. Nikhil Naz now joins us. He's our ace cricket commentator. Nikhil, it almost seems surreal. 55 Sri Lankans batting like you and I would if we were playing these guys.
That's right, Rahul. I'll tell you what, if you ask the staunchest of Indian supporters at the start of this World Cup whether this is the kind of performance that India would come up with, I doubt there would be many people that would have predicted this kind of performance. Yes, you knew that when India went into this World Cup, they were one of the favourites, but where they stand right now, they are the clear favourites in this tournament. 7 matches, 7 wins, the only undefeated team in the tournament so far. That's how dominant the Indian team has been. And it's something that they tend to do versus a Sri Lankan team because we've seen it in the recent past. India played Sri Lanka in that Asia Cup final and that was a victory by 10 wickets. On that occasion, Sri Lanka were all out for just 50 runs. It was Mohammad Siraj on that occasion wreaking havoc. It's once again the Sri Lankan team that was against the Indian team. And that margin of victory is 302 runs. In the history of ODI cricket, it is one of the highest victory margins in terms of run. That's how dominant the Indian team was. A special mention on Mohammad Shami. He's taken another 5-wicket haul, now most by an Indian in World Cup history. But I think the one telling stat which actually tells you how good Mohammad Shami and the Indian bowlers have been, Mohammad Shami today is the highest wicket taker for India in World Cup in its entire history. So I'm talking about all the legendary bowlers that have played for India. Mohammad Shami now stands on top of the pile. He's gone ahead of the likes of Zahir Khan, the likes of Javagal Srinath, who before this had 44 wickets. I was just taking a look at Zahir Khan's figure. Again, a legend to have played for India. Picked up those 44 wickets in 23 games. Guess what Mohammad Shami has done? He's picked up more wickets than Zahir Khan in 10 games less, 10 World Cup games less. That's what has been his impact in this tournament, just playing his third game, and he's got 2 fifers already in this edition of the World Cup. Let's take you straight to Wankhede. Dev Kota, our correspondent, joins us live from there. Dev, in the mid-innings when I spoke to you, you said the fans were a bit tentative because this is a high-scoring ground, so they knew that the Indian batters can do well, but who knew that Sri Lanka would fold so early? I'm sure the fans there must be ecstatic.
Well, absolutely, they're very delighted. As you can see, they're right here with India having already entered the semi-finals. You can also understand the kind of madness that is out here at this point in time. We are here at the Marine Drive Promenade, right opposite to the Wankhede Stadium. We will also try and speak to a few fans. आपको कैसा लग रहा है? इंडिया सेमीफाइनल में चले गया, श्रीलंका को इतनी बेरहमी से हराया था कि आपने सोचा था?
हाँ जी, पता था हमें पता था।
आप क्या कहेंगे आज की जो परफॉर्मेंस रही बैटिंग की और बॉलिंग की, क्या इसे एक शानदार ऑलराउंडर परफॉर्मेंस कहा जा सकता है?
जी बिल्कुल कहा जा सकता है। हम चाहते हैं भारत वर्ल्ड कप जीते और माशाअल्लाह भारत की टीम वर्ल्ड कप जीतेगी।
जी, आपसे और समझना चाहेंगे कि 3 हमारे बैट्समैन जो थे वो सेंचुरी से रह गए, तो कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी सी निराशा है आपको?
नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं। जब आगे के मैच में आएंगे तो जरूर जीतना चाहिए इंडिया।
जी, as you can see, they are collectively only echoing that India must win. We'll try and speak to a few more fans who are right here. आपको कैसा लगा आज का परफॉर्मेंस?
जैसे रामचंद्र जी ने लंका का दहन किया था ना, वैसे ही इंडिया ने आज श्रीलंका का दहन किया है।
Well, so you can understand and sort of see and also sense the excitement that the people have out here, and you can see the number of people that have huddled up behind me to express their excitement and the happiness at the fact at which India whitewashed Sri Lanka 55 all out. That's a figure nobody would have ever imagined from a world-class team playing at top-level cricket. Their support for India continues to grow stronger and louder. So these are the kind of visuals that we are getting for you right outside the Wankhede Stadium.
Okay, Dave, would love to know a bit more from those fans that are there standing next to you, because at the end of the day, this sport belongs to the fans, and the kind of joy that this Indian team is giving them. They've played 7 games so far, won all 7. What are the fans saying? Are they already thinking that India has got one hand on the cup?
क्या कहीं ना कहीं आप लोगों को लग रहा है कि आज की परफॉर्मेंस के बाद कि इंडिया वर्ल्ड कप जीतने की भी क्षमता रखता है?
100% तो नहीं कहूँगा, लेकिन 100 से 505% इंडिया ही जीतेगा।
क्योंकि मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा हूँ क्योंकि 7 मैच है, 7 में से 7 जीते हैं, बड़ी दिग्गज और महारथी टीम को भी पछाड़ फेंका है। क्या कहेंगे इस पर?
साउथ अफ्रीका को भी इसी तरह से हराएंगे। अभी जो 5 तारीख को मैच आने वाला है ना, उससे साउथ अफ्रीका भी 350 पौने 400 बना रहा है, लेकिन भारत के खिलाफ जैसे बॉलर का परफॉर्मेंस चल रहा है अभी, उसका भारत के खिलाफ भारत बहुत बड़ी जीत करेगा साउथ अफ्रीका से। अभी तो 7-0 है, ये 7-0 केवल ट्रेलर है, पिक्चर अभी 11-0 की बाकी है।
Well, extremely confident out there, Nikhil. You can really see and gauge from the kind of replies and the responses that I'm getting at this hour, at this point in time, just 10 minutes after India has smashed Sri Lanka and entered the semi-finals. They firmly believe that India is going to make it 11-0 streak, not just 7 matches, but they will win all 11 en route their march to winning the World Cup 2023 edition.
Okay, one final question, Dave, before we let you go. I'd love to know from those fans. We've had a few outstanding performances today from the bat of Virat Kohli, from Shubman Gill, from Shreyas Iyer, wickets for Jasprit Bumrah, Mohammad Siraj and Mohammad Shami. Who is the fans' man of the match for today?
मजा आया दोस्तों।
Okay, we seem to have lost the connection with Dave, but he was giving us a lowdown of how the fans are ecstatic at the moment, how they are celebrating India's victory. A lot of them saying that, don't talk about 7-0, which India is at the moment. 7 games they've played, they won 7. They're already talking about 11-0, considering India still have 2 league games remaining. That'll be 9. And then, of course, the semi-final and the final. So if India were to win those 11 games, on the trot, they would, of course, have that World Cup in their hand. Let's now take you live to Kolkata. My colleague Anirban joins us from Kolkata. Over to you, Anirban. I know, as usual, Kolkata must be very high right now, celebrating and enjoying each and every victory of this Indian team.
As usual, Nikhil, as usual, because here you know that the next match of India is in Kolkata and the temperature of Kolkata is rising high for the Indian team, and as they're outperforming in all the departments, we know that India is performing well in bowling as well, in batting as well. In batting there is Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, but can't deny Mohammad Shami, Mohammad Shiraz and Bumrah and all the bowling unit of Indian team. Right now we are having lots of fans over here and they are all cheering up for Indian team and they are saying that India could lift the World Cup this time. भाई आज की जो जीत है ना, ये बड़ी डोमिनेट करने वाली जीत है. तो आपको क्या लगता है ऐसी टीम की परफॉर्मेंस आप पहले कभी इंडियन टीम से देखे हो?
नहीं, इंडिया की टीम इस बार नंबर 1 बॉलिंग है और नंबर 1 बैटिंग भी है. इंडिया इस वर्ल्ड कप में एक भी मैच नहीं हारेगी, मेरा दावा है.
Well, Nikhil, they are much excited, and they're waiting for the match in South Africa right now.
Okay, we'd love for their predictions to come true, as you heard from a fan there saying India's not going to lose a single game. They will have a tough test. Interestingly, went live to Kolkata. That's where India is going to be playing their next game. And that tough test will come in the form of South Africa, which are also doing very well in the tournament. Here's a reminder, tonight at 10:30, we'll be back analyzing India's performance today. Joining us will be our two cricket analysts in Robin Uthappa and Suresh Raina. So do tune in to India Today at 10:30 p.m. tonight. Also join us live right now on Sports Today. That's our social media platform on YouTube. So come there, we'll try and answer all your questions. Right now, go to YouTube, search for Sports Today, join us live there. For the moment, that's all that we have on this edition of Battle of Champions. But coming up next, after a short little break, my colleague Rajdeep Sardesai with the rest of the news.
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a B&P Group company.
Colors by Cola makes you wish everything was as vibrant. Colors by Cola makes you wish everything was as vibrant. Colors by Cola makes you wish everything was as vibrant.
Time for me to head for some tea and poha.
Congress has to try hard to win back.
कहाँ दौड़ रहा? That's what I wanted, my black chicken kadakna.
मेथी का लड्डू
ईडी अपने घर पहुंच गए।
स्वागत है उनका। 150 करोड़ की अघोषित संपत्ति जब्त होती है।
रायपुर आना है तो नुक्कड़ जरूर जाना है। छत्तीसगढ़ी थाली
PSC is basically Party Service Commission.
छत्तीसगढ़िया
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Colors by Cola makes you wish everything was as vibrant. Colors by Cola makes you wish everything was as vibrant. Colors by Cola makes you wish everything was as vibrant.
Time for me to head for some tea and poha.
Congress has to try hard to win back.
कहाँ दौड़ रहा? That's what I wanted. My black chicken kadaknath.
मेथी का लड्डू
ईडी अपने घर पहुंच गए।
स्वागत है उनका।
150 करोड़ की अघोषित संपत्ति जब्त होती है। रायपुर आना है तो नुक्कड़ जरूर जाना है। छत्तीसगढ़ी थाली
PSC is basically Party Service Commission.
छत्तीसगढ़िया
You are watching India Today, powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Get ready for an immersive journey into the heart of news, politics, and insights that truly matter. Join India Today now on WhatsApp with the #1 election team as we gear up for the upcoming assembly elections. Scan the QR code on your screen now.
Join India Today now on WhatsApp. Follow these steps. Open WhatsApp on your phone. Check for a new updates tab. Select Find Channel and type India Today. After finding the channel, tap the Follow button.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
to head for some tea and poha.
Congress has to try hard to win back.
Kahan dod raha? That's what I wanted, my black chicken kadakna. मेथी के लड्डू ईडी अपने घर पहुंच गए। स्वागत है उनका। 150 करोड़ की अघोषित संपत्ति जब्त होती है। रायपुर आना है तो नुक्कड़ जरूर जाना है। छत्तीसगढ़ी थाली।
PSC is basically Party Service Commission.
छत्तीसगढ़िया।
You are watching India Today. Powered by Finest, Be Sustainable Change, a BNP Group company.
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by
हर घर का हीरो ग्रीन प्लाई का E0.
Co-powered by the bold look of Kohler.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news. Newsmakers, talking points, big newsmaker coming. Mahua Moitra once again in the eye of a storm, walks out of the ethics panel meeting. Why did she do that? We'll ask her direct questions. Also, is Arvind Kejriwal virtually daring the Enforcement Directorate to arrest him? We'll find out more on that too. As always, the 9 headlines at 9. Parliament's ethics panel split wide open after Trinamool MP Mahua Moitra and opposition MPs storm out of ethics panel meet. Mahua claims unethical, filthy, misogynistic questions were asked to her. BJP hits out, says the Trinamool Congress MP walked out to evade questioning. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal skips an Enforcement Directorate summons in the Delhi Liquor Gate probe. Kejriwal claims